The intention of justice is to see that the guilty people are proven guilty and that the innocent are freed. Only we have a problem here.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are taking a look at this case from a psychological perspective.
Fun. Everybody was having a good time.
Does Brian Albert strike you as the kind of guy who's always having fun? No. And here's a news flash for this judge. Mental health professionals have solutions.
They made an arrest. I got the guy for Danny.
It was like a mix between sadness and anger, because that's the moment for him when he really started to believe that his mother was involved.
The only corresponding records in the other databases are from previous days.
There is a huge psychological component to what was going on here. And according to this group, Brian Albert Jr. gets like the most celebrated birthday hour of anybody ever. Like every 30 seconds, someone's like, "Happy birthday!" John totally seemed like such a cool guy.
John makes me like
Somebody jumps in as a journalist, draws attention to it in a light that is not good for the prosecution. I mean, and there are serious allegations of corruption in the DA's office and the state police.
It's not like his 21st birthday. Hi, loophole lawyer. How are you?
It feels great. It feels good to be back.
I'm going to go with this yours, because certainly I've gotten a lot of love from everybody today, which feels nice.
You are very, very loved. And I can't believe we get to spend your birthday with you. Happy birthday!
Text messages read back as if he's the aggrieved party.
Hold on. Have each of you been called murderers?
Who wants to be the one to give Matt the bad news?
I wanted to prove, or to demonstrate.
I don't know where the dog was. I didn't hear any barking. Her name is Sunny. She was named after Santino Corleone.
Say hi, everybody. There's my Johnny. Hello. That's my Johnny.
Sunny barks if you walk by my window and sneeze. You're not really going to deny this, are you?
it's so weird. It's like the Inside Out, upside down. Narnia.
I would get at some point in a timely fashion and then turn it over.
Know if we had it enough, or we had it all, I should say.
Not having any observable or detectable electrical activity would be asystole.
Means death. 3 separate tab IDs. The thing he had to encourage her to do is not to testify.
You know, and Julia Albert responds to the text message from John, and she goes, "My biggest fear in life is ending up on Turtle Boy."
Stop it.
Oh, you never seen that? Oh, I got it.
You're not going to like this, though. You're going to disagree with me on
Just say it. I like the
disagreement.
conflict.
Okay.
Yeah, the disagreement.
People are terrified of him. They're absolutely terrified of him. And how do we know that? We know that from Mega Motion. Just another day for me, right? Which means it was just not an ordinary day for somebody else. Just when you thought you were out, they pull you back.
Karen Reed plots. She fabricates a conspiracy.
I am just a person who likes to understand. That's going to increase the likelihood that we're going to take some action.
Here she is.
My sister Jillian, yes.
Oh, it's funny. But then he's got part of his shirt untucked. His back pocket is kind of hanging out.
Testify that. So, testify that. So.
And showing solidarity, you can see them there.
It's about getting justice for John O'Keefe. There clearly is an issue of integrity.
How dare they?
Justice for all. Only we have a problem here.
Yes, we do. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hi, everybody. I'm so excited today. I pressed the button early. I really am. Welcome, everybody. Yay. This is the I Don't Belong Here show. And I, of course, am your host, Samantha Beningo. And today is a special day. It really is. I woke up today. So I finished this video last night, very late. And then I woke up this morning and I felt like my eyes, I literally was seeing the world through a different lens. Like I could see it different, right? Like I would hear Matt McCabe say something because, of course, I wanted there to be one finale episode, but of course there wound up being two, which we'll talk about later. So I'm trying to get, the second one done. And as I'm listening to these people, I mean, it's like I can see it. It's like my eyes are open and I can see what they're saying and I know why they're saying it and I completely get it. Like I see it. It's clear as day. And was saying to Emily C, hi Emily C. I was saying to her earlier, I'm like, I swear to God, I cannot believe that we didn't see this earlier. I swear to God, I cannot. It pains me when you see today's episode, because by the end of this episode, I am going to share with you what I really believe to my soul happened to John O'Keefe. And I believe it. I believe it in my soul. And I cannot believe after you see this that we didn't all put it together like in 10 minutes. And so it's shocking to me that we took this long. That I'll say that after you see it, you will know why I'm saying that. But I feel like a different person. It's like, wow, I don't really have questions. Like I have a couple, and we're going to talk about that next time, but wait till you see this shit. Okay. So, hi, everybody. Let me say hi to everybody really quickly. I see up. Okay. So I see you. I am putting you up because I saw before we get into it, Vio Red 22 sends $49.99. Thank you so much. Vio Red. Before we get into it, I have to tell you, Sam, my wife's nickname for you is Bingo. You know what? That's what my nickname was when I was a kid. I love it because it fits. You're always right on the money. Oh, thank you so much. That's so sweet. Thank you for being you, and thank you for being here, and thank you for your support. And that is what I was called when I was a kid, right? Because, my last name actually is pronounced Benigno, if, in Italian. But nobody can say that. And so all the kids in middle school, grammar school, elementary school always called me Bingo. So I'm used to that one. But I've never heard it used this way, and I like it a lot better this way. So I appreciate it. I so appreciate it. And I just wanted to say, hi, Lisa Terry. Yes, you are welcome. And Chad, I'm watching you in the chat, and I see what you're saying. And I see that you're having that, those moments too, right? The eyes are going, boop, because you can see it. And after tonight, there won't be, it's just so obvious. It's so obvious what the fuck happened here. Excuse my language, but I am amped up because, it's no surprise. Here we are. I mean, I've known you guys. I've been doing this now on YouTube for a little over a year. And it's because of this case that I was compelled to want a platform to talk, because I just had all of this stuff in me that I needed to just scream. And doing that now for the last year, finally, you guys, I feel like the gates opened and it was just like, I could it's crazy. So I know I'm talking too much, but it is truly exciting. And a little sad. It's definitely, it's a mixed bag. So but you will see. So let's get started, because this is a long episode. Hopefully we get through it tonight. I tried to make it an hour, but there's too much. I cut out wherever I could. I tried to cut stuff, even before this tonight. And I think the video version, when it goes up, which will be soon after this show, will probably be shorter. And I'll explain that after, because they're maybe we don't need as much of the research. So I did some research for this episode, and you guys are going to get to see a lot of it firsthand. I may not be able to leave that part in when the video actually plays. So, so without further ado, I can't wait. Hi, God, I've had feelings. She sends $9.99. Hi, Samantha. Saying thank you is an understatement. Love you more. Thank you. Then you know. I think you meant thank you. Then you know. You are welcome. And thank you. Thank you. You guys ready? All right, let's do it. We're doing it. Here we go. So this is the finale, part 1 of The Innocence. And this is, as you know, this all started because going back to January of this year, I started asking the simple question, why is it that when anybody is asked about what was happening in the house before John and Karen pull up, they can't give you anything, like no information at all. Their testimonies are so rehearsed, right? Obviously, like the Sun and the Marines stuff is what you get. You get a story about the Sun and the Marines. You get the lie about Jen playing the, Raining Men YouTube video, which Ian Whiffen showed us didn't happen on this night, but it happened 2 days before. So they can't tell you anything about what they were doing. And that was just so compelling and bizarre that it sort of pulled me in. And then I got distracted with, Corey Richins and, the Gerhard Koenig case and everything else. But finally, and you know what held this up? I have to tell you this because it's so stupid. What held this whole thing up for me, I was reluctant to finish baselining Sarah Levinson because it's boring. That's what I thought. I was like, this is boring. And baselining is hard. Like you have to sit there, like you can't move. You have to sit and watch every little way that someone's eye moves. And it requires so much attention that I kept putting it off in my head. It was like, no, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. And I had this little voice nagging at me like, Sam, you should really do the baselining for Sarah Levinson. Just do it. Just do it. I finally did it. And that's what opened up the floodgates. That's how we got here. So, all right, let's just do it. All right, let me get started. So here it is. Here's part 1 of the finale of The Innocence. What really happened to John? Yay. All right, here we go.
And what kind of dog was that?
So it was a German Shepherd mix.
And what was the name of the dog?
Chloe.
Pay close attention here to how Snake Adam Lally implies by asking a general question that this is what Brian Albert did on this night.
And with respect to letting the dog out, can you describe to the jury sort of what that process entailed? Was it on a leash or how would the dog be let out?
Sure. So we had a fenced in backyard and we had a back door. So we would just kind of open the back door, let her out. She would kind of do her thing and then she would come back in when she was done.
And your father took care of that when they got home from the waterfall that evening?
Yes.
This is how Adam Lally used innuendo to get around the truth, which is that Brian Albert told the grand jury that after he brought Chloe out to use the bathroom, he lets her stay downstairs and monitors her with all the people in the house.
What we see, and these are the dogs that get washed out, or what we call nervy dogs, they're more like jabbing with their teeth. They'll reach out and bite, but they don't commit to the bite. Then it's very easy to pull away from the grasp of that dog. Very easy to do that, which then the dog re-engages, and that's what can create a scenario where you have multiple bites.
You ultimately did let Chloe out to go to the bathroom, correct?
Yes.
Watch how quickly this goes down. Again, very confident that this is not a protection dog. This is a German Shepherd doing what German Shepherds were bred to do for hundreds of years. Protect their home. Protect their home. Protect
their home.
And then you allowed her to stay downstairs and you monitored her with the others who were in the house. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Wait, come again?
And then you allowed her to stay downstairs and you monitored her with the others who were in the house. Isn't that right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought you said.
I know at one point, Mr. Albert, Brian's Jr.'s dad, took upstairs to let the dog out back. But he just opened the back door and watched him from the door and brought him right back upstairs. So that was the only time he went upstairs, but
While you were in the kitchen, with all of the singing and dancing and talking and music going on, you did not hear Chloe bark, correct?
correct.
You did not hear Chloe growl, correct? You did not hear Chloe growl, correct?
Correct. Not that I remember.
No issues or arguments or anything that you would observe, correct? No issues or arguments or anything that you would observe, correct?
Correct.
That's about an 85-pound German Shepherd. I don't know if it's a male or female. It doesn't really matter. Just how much damage can be done from a pet dog, what we would consider a power breed, and don't necessarily need to be trained to bite. That's what they do. They use their mouth to explore their world and defend their territory.
So I let it go out to the bathroom. I let it back in. I kind of monitored it a little because we usually don't have people over the house, and the dog's not great with strangers, period. So I was just making sure that the dog was all right with the people that were over, end quote, correct?
Yes.
So in fact, you did keep Chloe downstairs at least for a period of time with people that were over, right?
Yes, for a few minutes, I think. For a few minutes, I think.
And I'd also say that this interaction probably lasted no more than 15 or 30 seconds. No more than 15 or 30 seconds.
These proceedings are here to see that justice is done. And justice is, as any reasonable person would tell you, the finding of the truth. Only we have a problem here.
Welcome back. This is the I Don't Belong Here show, and I am your host, Samantha Beningo. And today we are finishing up part 5, the final chapter of our series, The Innocence, where we are investigating the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe. Now, before we get into today's content, let me start by letting you know that the opinions contained within are just that. They are my opinions, and you are free to take them or leave them. Now, by now, I think I've made clear what my working theory of this case currently is. We've talked about how it is very likely that John O'Keefe walked into the house at 34 Fairview Road.
Do you think? Did you see John go in the house?
I did.
You saw him go in the house.
I saw John go in the house.
And we learned from Jen McCabe and Nicole Albert and Matt McCabe and Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinston that there's evidence they were all in that family room at the time that Julie Nagel goes out to speak to her brother. Now, we also saw Jen McCabe guard this time with her life. Not want to give anything up at this time.
What kind of baby? If you know.
I mean, this was all happening while we were at my sister's house.
Right. Was it 12:15, 12:30, 12:45, 1 o'clock?
Well, according to the paper, I would have had to
That's not what I'm
not
asking.
recorded, not according to
Do you have an independent recollection of about, if not down to the minute, about what time that was?
I could say I'd have to be. I wasn't looking at my watch that night, so it's very hard for me to give a time. Just off of my memory. I know what I've seen, but.
Okay. When you first looked out that window and looked out the door and saw the SUV, what time was that?
I don't remember off the top of my head, I'm sorry.
Does the time 2:23 a.m. sound familiar?
2:23? 2:23?
2:23.
This 12:23 time is clearly important to Jennifer McCabe, but it also gives us a really solid understanding of the general time frame that we're looking at. And because we know the device, John's phone, is moving towards the house at 12:24 and 38 seconds.
The end of it says, show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
And we also know, because of this case, that when we get a time on a cell phone, whether it's connected to location data or anything else, that time has to be after the event occurs. So if we have John walking towards the house at 12:24 and 38 seconds, that means he most likely walked in sometime before that, sometime within a 30-second window before that. So for that reason, we're going to begin to build a timeline around 12:24. Now keep this time in the back of your mind because we're going to come back to it throughout. Now, the only other timestamp that we have, I just want to say that we're going to start off with this time as a essentially like a theory, right? A marker, a hypothesis. We're kind of testing this hypothesis. Can this 12:24 time, could this minute, right? 12:24 to 12:25, or I guess it's really a 2-minute span, 12:24 to 12:26. I'm trying to be conservative because we don't know what time Julie Nagel goes outside. That's really our end marker because we know she saw John and she doesn't realize Karen is out there. She really doesn't. So she's going out really just so focused on getting rid of her brother. She's probably pretty drunk, is my guess also. And like just laser focused, as you could imagine, because seconds before she walks out the door, she has just watched a man, essentially a police officer, lose his life. So you could imagine that she's in quite the state because now she's got all this stuff, right, running through her head. And I'm sure there's a thought, and this is for a different day probably, but I wonder if on cross-examination with David Yannetti, he asks her, did you make your mind up about leaving before you went out to see your brother? She actually says no. And though I know that's not true because she had already gotten into an agreement with Jen and Nicole that she was staying, I wonder if a part of her really, considered leaving anyway, thought it through enough to say we should get the hell out of here. Clearly that's not what happened, but I do wonder if she did actually take a second to say, hey, maybe we should leave. You have to ask that question in the end. But anyway, keep the time in mind. We're going to run it and see, can this theory, this hypothesis about 12:24 being the time of the crime, does it hold? So that's what we're using as our marker as we get started. Okay, I'm going to go now. Bye. That's of great significance to us is the 12:27 text message that is sent from Jen McCabe to John O'Keefe saying, here, ? Exclamation point. She then sends a series of follow-up texts and a few phone calls while she's allegedly standing at the storm door watching Karen. Now, while I completely believe she was watching Karen, I don't think it was from the storm door, and I don't think it had anything to do with where they should have parked the Lexus. I think they were staring at Karen to see whether or not she was coming in. But before we get to that, let's back up and see whether or not it's possible that whatever happened to John O'Keefe could have happened between 1224 and 1227. That's our time frame, 1224 to 1227. So this is Melanie Little during an interview she did with Garrett Wing, who is a professional dog handler for the police and has been training dogs his entire life. In fact, I believe his dad is also a dog handler or dog trainer, so he comes from a family of dog trainers. He was on the second trial witness list for Karen Read, largely, I think, because of this interview that Melanie did. And his knowledge of dogs and dog training and German Shepherds was extraordinary. So if you haven't seen this interview, you have to go back and watch it. I will put it in the show notes. But one of the most important things we learn from Garrett Wing is just how long a dog attack like one would have happened with Chloe would take.
Watch how quickly this goes down. Again, very confident that this is not a protection dog. This is a German Shepherd doing what German Shepherds were bred to do for hundreds of years. Protect their home.
That attack captured by her own dash camera.
All I can say was, help me, help me.
So that dog attacked in less than 5 seconds, and we don't know how long the entirety of the attack lasted, but it's quite clear that Chloe could involve herself really at a blink of an eye.
And I'd also say that this interaction probably lasted no more than 15 or 30 seconds.
So there's two things that we can take away from what Garrett Wing is saying here. One is a dog can do a tremendous amount of damage very quickly, particularly if it's paired with humans fighting, right?
The very first thing you'll try to do is pull away, and it creates those types of injuries.
Deanna Riveros needed more than 30 stitches.
See the laceration?
I colored these in hoping to trick YouTube into letting us show you these because they will block videos that have kind of blood and guts, this kind of thing. But importantly, note the shape here on these injuries and listen carefully to what he's saying, how they occur, and why he and others that he showed the images to believe that the injuries to John O'Keefe on his arm are from a dog bite.
When I shared the photo, the autopsy photo, I actually sent this photo to 2 other police canine handlers and who are also trainers who themselves have seen countless bites. Probably between us, we've seen, hundreds each. And I didn't say anything. I said, what are your thoughts on this? And they said, there was zero question that this is a dog bite. Zero question to them. Their thought, though, was that this was a police dog that probably should have been washed out. This is not what we want to see on a police dog bite. We don't want to see constant re-engagements, which is what this looks like. But this is what I would expect from, like, that German Shepherd we saw bite that lady, the delivery driver, right? Just naturally going in, doing as much damage as possible, not understanding the mechanics of biting deep and holding. These, in my opinion, are bites utilizing the front of the mouth. And we see this even with trained police dogs. When someone's wearing baggy clothing or long sleeves or jeans or a jacket, you're going to get these more shallow bites. The dog's constantly trying to get a grip on the prey. And of course, the prey item is moving away, and you're going to get these. This is what's considered shallow bite marks. This is the dog trying to get a grip, but the only thing that's sinking in are those front teeth. That's not a puncture wound, but we're all pretty clear this is a dog bite.
All right, let me just say, because I want to make sure everybody heard this. What he's saying is that, right, these lines that look like scratches, they are actually from the dog's teeth, because what happens is the dog is trying to like get a hold of you and it's not able to. So all it's doing is just getting enough to make that scratch, that like kind of deep scratch that we see. And note the shape, right? Because if you look carefully, and we're not going to get to do it here, but if you have a chance to go back on your own and look very carefully at the wounds on John's arm, which we will take a look at now. But if you look very closely, you can't even make it up. I mean, you can't even believe it, right? Remember, there are 8 holes in John's shirt. There's only 8 holes. That's also important, right? Because obviously, there wasn't 25 holes. And one of the things that ARCA, were adamant about was, there's only 8 holes here, and look at the damage to John. How would that have happened from a taillight, right? So we'll continue.
She got bit. The weight of the dog alone biting and trying to pull its prey down to the floor, and her potentially pulling away is what causes this.
Just so it's clear what he's saying here, the way that this would be a laceration from a dog bite is because the dog is not getting a firm grip, and then the pulling is causing that what looks like scratches. And I would encourage you to study the comparison, because what I noticed is if you look closely at this image and you listen carefully to what Garrett Wing is saying, the dog would have been coming from the inside, not the outside of John's arm. If you look at the dog bites, the pulling down means that the dog is coming from the inside, not jumping from the outside. So he would have been pulling away. And because those are bloody injuries, we know the injuries, he was still alive when those injuries happened. Now, I know what some of you are thinking, but Sam, couldn't Chloe have done this by herself? Could she be responsible for this? To me, the answer to that is unequivocally no. Not when we consider the totality of the evidence. And this includes all of the other injuries to John O'Keefe, why Chloe would decide to hurt John O'Keefe of everyone in the house. And we have to consider consciousness of guilt evidence, or the behavior of the people in the house, the so-called witnesses. When we consider John's injuries and the fact that Chloe likely wouldn't just attack John without some sign of aggression from him, and we think about the behavior from the witnesses, when we add those things together, it becomes pretty clear that there was a fight in the house. But don't worry, I'm going to show you exactly what I mean. In addition to the arm injuries and the head injury, we also have bruising to the back of both of his hands. One, I believe his right hand is worse than the left. And it wasn't from an IV. There were no IVs used here. He also had a cut over his right eyebrow, a little cut to the side of his nose on the left side, and then he also had a bruise on his temporal lobe, where the temporal pole on the right side of his head, that made it look like he was punched in the head. Meet Dr. Renee Stonebridge. She works for the Chief Medical Examiner's Office in Boston as the Director of Cardiac and Neuropathology. She testified in Trial 1 because the the medical examiner in this case, Dr. Scorty Bello, sent John O'Keefe's brain to Dr. Stonebridge to do a more advanced autopsy or evaluation. Here, she's going to explain the injury that John had to the side of the head, in addition to the injuries from the coup contra coup injury in the front of his head.
So the subarachnoid hemorrhage.
A subarachnoid hemorrhage simply means bleeding in the subarachnoid space.
This is the area between the arachnoid and pia mater, which is the meninges of the brain, a layer that protects the actual brain.
The subarachnoid hemorrhage was on the frontal poles, which is essentially right here in the front of the brain. So the frontal lobes obviously sit in the front, and then the poles are the very frontmost portion of the brain. So it was on the frontal poles. It was also on the left temporal pole. So the temporal region is right here in the temporal region, and because of the way that the temporal lobe is shaped, it kind of has a little loop right in the front, so it has a pole as well.
Our frontal lobe right here, our parietal lobe which sits on top, a little bulge back here for the occipital lobe, and the thumb acts as our temporal lobe.
So it was on the left temporal pole.
So let's say you're doing a 1-2 punch. You certainly could, from let's say you're wearing a ring or just from the knuckles, you could get a scratch to the eyebrow from that, and then a 1-2 punch to the temple to the side of the head. And because of the coup contra coup injury, if John did have a black eye from being punched where he would have gotten that cut to the eyebrow, we wouldn't necessarily know because he already had the raccoon eyes. What we do know is one eye was considerably more bruised and battered than the other. So to me, these are evidence of a scuffle, a fight. That's what I see. And that then, because Chloe was allowed to be downstairs with Daddy.
So I let it go out to the bathroom. I let it back in. I kind of monitored it a little because we usually don't have people over the house, and the dog's not great with strangers, period. So I just
have to say, I wonder how many hours of my life I lost actually trying to figure out how to get Chloe and John in the same place around the property when the entire time, the whole time, Brian Albert told us, Brian Albert had told us that he allowed Chloe to stay downstairs after he let her out. And if you look at the timing, so you say, let's say he gets home around 12:05, goes right upstairs, of course, right? He's going to go get the dog right away and brings her outside. And then he's there, Daddy's home. So I'm sure he thinks, oh, of course I'm going to let her stay with me. Why wouldn't I let her stay with me? I'm home. It's so obvious. And for whatever reason, well, I know why, but it just kills me that I spend so much time trying to figure out how to put Chloe and John in the same place when the most obvious place for them both to be is in the living room. Oh, it's very, very aggravating. Sorry.
making sure that the dog was all right with the people that were over, end quote, correct?
Yes.
So in fact, you did keep Chloe downstairs at least for a period of time with people that were over, right?
Yes, for a few minutes, I think.
It's pretty unbelievable that all of this time has gone by and none of us have stopped to realize, to recognize the possibility that John O'Keefe could have been attacked by the dog downstairs with everybody hanging out in the house. I mean, seriously. Really, though, can we just appreciate how insane that is for a second? Let's just stop and appreciate the insanity that all of us have been trying to put him everywhere else but in the house where Brian Albert tells us Chloe was. Oh, and there is one more thing I don't want to forget to mention on this topic. Take a close look at the size of this room. And as we are going through the next discussion topic, keep it in the back of your mind. And remember that little piece of glass that Karen Reed said she plucked out of the side of John O'Keefe's nose. Chloe, defending her home, which is what this breed does most, which is what all dogs do, but what this breed was bred to do for hundreds of years, she would have inserted herself because there was a fight. I think it's pretty clear that the dog could have happened in seconds. You don't even need 10 full seconds for Chloe to get herself involved. So the real question is, how long do fights take? Now, to answer this question, I had to do a fair amount of research because, frankly, I know nothing on this topic. So there were two aspects to my research. First, I watched a hell of a lot of fights. And second, I dug into the actual research to find out what those who are a lot more knowledgeable and credible on the topic than me have to say about it. Okay, here's your trigger warning. I will warn you, some of this footage is pretty distressing. So we're not watching this to glorify. I will say I took out, just so everyone knows, if you're, you don't really like violence and don't want to see blood. I mean, who does really, right? This isn't super gory or anything like that. It's a little tough to watch, but it's quick, so you don't have to worry. We won't be doing this for long. There is one in particular fight that involves a lot of people, but that's not for a little while. That one I will warn everybody about too, in case you just want to take a time out at that moment. Yeah, I think that's it. But we're not going to see anything. Believe me, this doesn't happen for very long. You'll see. Violence. I am only showing you this because it's a sample of what I saw when I spent hours looking at fights. So the question I was asking was, how long does a fight actually take? How long does it take to start a fight, get into a fight, and end a fight? And while we're watching this, pay attention to the time clock that I'm going to run at the top. Now, I tried to pick from a variety of places, as many as I could find. I was a little limited by what was available to show you. Weeding through all of the more professional type fights that are out there on the internet, totaled, I was able to find about 40 fights that were amateur or not organized events, but really people sort of fighting in the street, fights that broke out in the spur of the moment, or some combination or place in between of those two. We're going to begin with 1-to-1, I guess like street fights, you could call them. And for some of these, I took the sound out for a variety of reasons. And so it means you're gonna have to come to the screen if you aren't there already to see what we are looking at. But don't worry, I promise, it doesn't take very long. Okay, street fight number 1. This fight lasts 8.8 seconds. Street fight number 2. This one, this one is over in 10.4 seconds. Street fight number 3, don't blink. This is over in 3.8 seconds. And I should tell you that this man lost his life. The gentleman you'll see here in all black was a bouncer in a club. The guy in white was a drunk patron. He gets 3 good size punches in and ultimately ends up killing the bouncer. And he lost his life in under 4 seconds. Street fight number 4. Well, this one goes on for a little longer than some of the others. Yeah, this one is over in 14.72 seconds. But an important observation with this particular fight, part of what enables this fight to continue on for a long time is the amount of space that they're allowed to take up in this parking lot or park or street, whatever it is here. Remember, in our fight, they will not have the space to move around like that. And we are dealing with men over 6 feet and between 2 and 250 pounds. Number 5, this is what it looks like when you do not have space to move around and when there's stuff, well, in the way, I guess. And I will warn you, this one has sound.
Why you say something to it like that? Where you from again? Bang. That's my girl, you know what I'm saying? Don't say nothing to her, my nigga. I'm straight to you. Let me go, man. Let me go. We out.
So that all took place in 40 seconds. Number 6, 4.56 seconds, and that one was 2-on-1. Fight number 7, well, this one is over in 3.76 seconds. Fight number 8, I had to include, I've never seen this, but I imagine it happens. 2 guys that get into a fight because they bump into each other at the gym. This fight ultimately is decided in 30 seconds. So this is a fight that is breaking out in... Okay, we're not going to go through a lot more fights, just a few more, but I want to give you a warning about this one. This one, there's a little kid that kind of gets in the middle of it. It turns out that one of the people involved that gets involved is a mother of an adult daughter. She's the mother of the girl in the white sweatsuit with the pink shoes, but she's also the mother of a little baby, like a 2-year-old. So the 2-year-old is kind of in the middle here, and it's a little disturbing. So just giving you a heads up on that. I'll be back. A shoe store. I have no idea what it's over, but these 2 groups start shouting at each other. I don't even know if these people know each other or not. All I know is somebody hears the shouting, turns on the camera, and starts recording. And let me just give you a little warning. This one has sound, and a little boy seems to get caught in the middle of it, and it is pretty distressing.
I'm gonna go viral a little bit. Can I record this, son?
Let me go. I'll spit on you too, bitch. And I'm gonna drop your president. Bitch, I'm gonna fuck you.
So this whole thing goes down in 34 4 seconds. Now, I learned a lot from this fight and the one you're going to see next. I actually watched these many times, became familiar with what was going on, understood that there are moms that are trying to pull their kids away, their adult daughters out of the situation. So when you watch all the dynamics carefully in these videos, you see that why all these people get involved is because the mother will jump in to try to pull these two apart, and then somebody else on the other side is jumping in to try to pull them apart. And what ends up happening is those people end up fighting. Right. So this is important for us. That's why I kept these videos. I only put 2 in here. I watched quite a few. Mostly I watched fights with 2 people, but there were these group fights. And for us, that's important because what most likely happened here, this starts with 2 people, and then the dog is a 3rd variable. But then you got to get the dog calmed down. So that's a 4th variable. And then you got to get the 2 men apart. So if you think about who's at the house, let's not mention any names just yet. You know, we're just running a theory here. But if you think about who's at the house and imagine what's happening, okay? Brian Higgins and Brian Albert are in the family room. And even if everybody else is in the kitchen or by the island, then all of a sudden you hear stuff being tossed because this is big men and a big dog, an 80-pound dog, right? So German Shepherd, 2 big men at a minimum in that family room. Now imagine that they're drunk and fighting. Now imagine Chloe's involved. It's going to make noise. There's going to be growling and barking, which we know happened because Sarah gave that one away. So we know that this made noise, and that would have attracted everybody to the family room. And that then, even if there aren't other people in that room at that moment, now there are, right? Now everybody's in that room. And, you know, can't you see Matt running? I mean, they're all going to run in, right? Matt trying to, you know, he probably would not be the first person to insert himself, but I could see it, right? I could see it. And certainly, let's just say that there was, I don't know, a character like Colin Albert, just, you know, just for fun. If he's in the house, which he is, without a doubt, in my opinion, there's no doubt he's there. I mean, hopefully we don't have to keep having that conversation, but he's at the house. In case that's not clear, he's definitely at the house. So, but that's just my opinion. So let's just say that Colin is there in the kitchen, you know, drinking with his cousin, and he hears this kind of thing happening. Colin is going to go towards this kind of thing, right? This is like, it's got his name written all over it. Even if the idea is break people up, this is how fights get bigger. This is how like bar fights happen because you have one person, maybe not bar fights, that elicits like a Roadhouse, like Patrick Swayze Roadhouse. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about kind of what we're seeing here. You have 2 people that are really mad at each other and they're like animals. They're going at each other in that like real intense rage because that's what it takes to get into a fight. Let's face it, like unless it's a planned fight, you got to be enraged, right? Out of your mind at the highest level of anger that you're capable to go after somebody. And by the way, in this next fight, really look for that because man, some of these women, when they are motivated, they are like this one woman. She's got gray pants in the next video. She literally picks up a grown security guard man and like throws him because she's just out of her mind, you know, angry and scared for her daughter. So you see that when people insert themselves to try to break the fight up, somebody from the other side inserts themselves to either fight that person or also try to break it up, which brings other people in, right? Now you've got multiple sets of people fighting, others getting involved to try to break it up. And that's how a fight escalates, because now there's multiple bodies. Absolutely, there is no question that a very small, dumbed down version of that could have happened here if, let's just say, John was to get into a pushing, shoving, and punching row with somebody, say, like Brian Higgins. But don't worry, we're going to explore that in just a minute. Let's finish the fights first. And you just kind of have this constant iteration of a version of that, where because people put themselves in the middle of two people who are being very aggressive and have these very obtuse targets trying to get at each other, whoever is in the middle is also going to get essentially roped into the fight. So there was some learning in this for me, and that's why I wanted to make sure and show you these particular fights. Because remember, it's very possible that our fight could start with two people, but wind up roping in more. Here's another one. Now, that entire scuffle with all of those people, that entire thing that we saw, took 1 minute. 1 minute. I'm not going to play that again now. I just want to point out that you see how when people from one side jump in to try to pull their loved one away, it causes somebody from the other side to jump in, and that's how the fight begins to escalate really out of control. Now, let me sum up what I found. For this exercise, I watched fights for 2 days. In the end, I wound up taking the average from 40 fights. The majority of them were two-person fights, and admittedly, I was not able to find any fights between two large-sized, out-of-shape men. So that's really important. I tried to find fights with heavier, larger-sized men that were not fighters, that were not street fighters, amateur fighters, MMA people, boxers. There's plenty of those kinds of fights. I mean, there's thousands that you can find really incredibly easily. But I wasn't able to find fights with bigger men that are like bar fights. I just wasn't able to find it. Maybe if I spent more time looking, I could have, but in the 2 days that I spent watching fights, I tried. It's interesting. You do end up seeing a lot of it's, I don't know if this is just, a sample size of the internet, but you do see a lot of smaller guys fighting. And right? I saw a ton of small framed men beating the crap out of each other in all these different iterations. But the big guys, I just didn't see as much, right? Two big guys going at each other. I also saw big guys going after small, little guys, but I just didn't see the two big guys. So again, I don't know if it is a fair sample. I didn't really look for that long, couple of days. I looked. Believe me, I looked. I was not able to find any. So taking the average from what I was able to find and including fights that involved more than two people, the average fight time, because there was a few that were on the longer end, around a minute, the average was 25.7 seconds. Now, fights with only two people, and only two men, because I didn't watch any fights that were only two people, and women fighters, the average fight time was 16.3 seconds. 16.3. To follow this up, I decided after I went through 2 days of fight videos, I said, well, maybe I should consult the research. Let's see what they say. Duh. And what I ultimately learned was that the experts, basically agree entirely. While there is a tremendous amount of variation in how long fights last, because most of the fights that are studied are professional fights, boxing, MMA, that sort of thing. So it's not easy to evaluate how long the average, street fight or argument that breaks out on the street lasts. But all fights are typically decided in the first 10 seconds and over within the first 20 seconds. I also anecdotally asked a former fighter in his experience how long fights last, and he told me they're usually over in 15 seconds. Particularly, and he stressed this over and over again, when it is bigger men fighting, because they simply do not have the stamina. Most people, the average person, the untrained person who ends up in a fight, does not have the energy reserves, does not have the stamina to sustain the energy needed for that type of aggression for more than 45 seconds at the high end. And if you ask your trusty AI companion, they will put this number even lower. When I went into this exercise, I wholeheartedly believed that the average fight was probably going to be about 90 seconds, a minute and a half. And boy, was I wrong. But when I thought about it and really thought about it, based on what I know about human beings and physiology and energy and anger, I was able to see why it would be that fights wouldn't last. There are two very practical reasons why fights don't last. First, anger is a secondary emotion. We are not designed to sustain high intensity levels of anger for more than a handful of seconds. We're just not. Anger is an emotion that's supposed to move us from point A to point B. So, in a way, that's what fighting is, right? It's not a great resolution, admittedly, but it is indeed a resolution of sorts. It's an explosion of emotion that ultimately moves you from point A to point B, for better or for worse. And in reality, this kind of fighting takes an enormous surge of energy, the kind of energy that we simply do not have the stamina to energetically, to physically sustain for any length of time. Oh, and by the way, don't forget, in our case, we are talking about men who were not in the best shape physically and who were absolutely shit-faced. And guys, if we're being honest, John O'Keefe was pretty shit-faced too. What I learned from all of this is that it makes perfect sense why fights don't last very long. So back to our original question and our timeline. Is it possible that John O'Keefe walks into the house sometime between 12:24 and 12:26, or before Julie Nagel goes outside to get rid of her brother and loses his life. Now that you know how quickly a fight starts and ends, and how quickly a dog can get involved in a fight, and how long that lasts, we now know John O'Keefe could have lost his life in seconds, in under 30 seconds. So to answer our question, is it physically possible that John O'Keefe could have lost his life during this time? You better bet it is. So my current working theory of when John O'Keefe loses his life is sometime between 12:24 and 12:26. And we know it has to be in this time span for a number of reasons. Let me remind you of a few. Because first, Julie is absolutely sure that Karen Reed pulls in front of 34 Fairview before her brother. And the only way that's possible is if she saw John O'Keefe in the house. And second, Sarah tells us that they didn't ask to stay. They didn't even want to stay. They were being told to stay and they agreed to it. We also know, not only from Sarah's testimony, but from countless people's testimonies, that there was conflict at this very time. Now, to try to figure this out and nail down, okay, so I just want to take a pause for a moment and acknowledge how shocked I was. When I went into this theory, the concern that I had was, could this have happened? Could this have really happened in the time between when Julie Nagel, when John O'Keefe arrives and Julie Nagel goes outside? Because that seems like such a small window, right? Like, no matter whether you think John showed up at 12:21 or 12:24, I mean, the whole, at most, at the absolute most, it's like 4 minutes, right? I already told you what time I think he got there, so we don't have to go through that now. But it's a very small window. And this, I had to get over the hurdle of whether a man could get into a fight and lose his life in such a short window. That's really what I had to get around for me personally. And the fight that you saw with the 3 punches, that was like 3.8 seconds, I think, 3.9 seconds. That was the only one of the fights that we saw that was actually fatal. And that fight was under 4 seconds. It was under 4 seconds. Now, let's not get confused. We know that John O'Keefe has a coup contra coup injury to the back of his head. We know that it took a great deal of force. I mean, this is actually one of the few things that the Commonwealth and the defense team agreed upon, that it took a great deal of force to knock him back. And then that, remember what Dr. La Posada said, it was some kind of a ridged surface to both create the scraping that we see and the cut. So he's got this deep gash, which I didn't really show you guys because it's pretty bad, actually. It's a tough cut to look at. It's like a deep gash. We know he had his hat, so some of the marks that we're going to see on his head are going to be from the hat, those like weird indentations that look like a fish hook almost, most likely from the hat. But then there's these uneven scratches that almost look like a fan. That to me is likely the fireplace, in my opinion. Now, I'm not an expert, so who the hell knows? Could be anything in that house. But it just so happens that that fireplace is a ridged surface that has the exact same configuration as the step that everybody was trying, the concrete step, remember, that the defense was trying to put in the garage. It has the same configuration that Dr. La Posada was talking about during the trial. So he did die from that injury to the back of his head from a fall. It completely crushed the base of his skull. And all the little tiny fragments and bones, all the little tiny bones around his eyes also broke. And that's what caused the raccoon eyes. That, and what happens is when you fall like that, the brain actually shoots forward and hits the inside of your forehead. And that also is, part of what breaks these little bones and then causes the bleeding on the inside of the brain. Yeah. So it was a catastrophic injury that would have killed him. Really, I mean, he would have been knocked out certainly immediately, but likely would not have lived for more than 15 minutes. So it's horrible. That would have been what was lethal about the fight. But the question is, right, how did it all go down? That's sort of the question, right? And we are going to take a much closer look at that now. But the question that I wanted to answer with this first part of everything you saw, because this is like part one, I guess, of this chapter, is it physically possible? Like, could this have all gone down in 30 seconds or less? And that turns out with a resounding, definitive yes. Not only could it, most likely that's exactly what would have happened because of the space limitations that they had. They were in this living room. There's only so many places you can go in a living room to fight, right? Given the fact that there would have been people that jumped in to break any kind of fight up, given the fact that Chloe interjected herself and now people have to get that dog off of John. And you can see that she kept trying to re-engage. That's what the multiple bites, right? That's what Garrett Wing is saying, that Chloe, by the way, was jumping up from the inside. So she's coming this way and pulling down. So it's not scratches though. This is her mouth. My little, I don't know if you can see me, but this would be Chloe's jaw. That's what those multiple marks are from. He must have had his arm like this and then he kept pulling it back. And every time you pull back, that dog is, trying to push you down. So you're getting these, what looks like really deep claw marks are from the dog's teeth. I should probably go back. I didn't really listen very carefully to the testimony on the dog bites. Also because we're not allowed to see the pictures. That's probably why I wasn't paying as close attention. Like, it's annoying when the medical people testify because you don't get to see what they're looking at. At least most of the time we don't. So let's hear from some of you so far, so I don't get too far behind. Hi, everybody. Welcome. To those of you I haven't said hello to. Hello, Joey36 sends $10. Thank you, Samantha. I am so excited for Adam Deitch. He's amazing. How great is Adam Deitch? So if you haven't seen it, I think Microdots put up. Denise sent me, my amazing moderator, Denise sent me this video today from Microdots. Yeah, I mean, it's got to be terrifying. Can you imagine how scary that guy must be for the people in the house at 34 Fairview? Here they are trying to front like, oh, we're being mistreated. We were just witnesses. And, we stand for all the witnesses that have been intimidated wrongfully. It's just so distasteful, right? At like best. But yes, so he is saying like his whole campaign is, I want to find out what happened to John O'Keefe. I mean, that's not exactly what he said, but it kind of is what he said. He said, I want to make sure and get justice for all of the families and victims who have not seen it. So pretty outstanding. We just gotta, we gotta whisper in all of our friends and family in Canton, Massachusetts, go vote, guys. Make sure you vote. It's probably going to be the biggest turnout ever in the town of Canton. Should be fascinating. Then we will find out then, right? Like how many people in Canton, how people really feel in Canton. Hello, Joy Whitelaw. She's been a member for 6 months. Happy anniversary, Joy. I think you changed that. You changed your name, I feel like. Did you change your name? So excited to hear the finale tonight. Thank you so much, Sam, for all you do. Determined to help bring justice for John O'Keefe. Amen. That is right? We're going to do it. We're doing it. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be it's going to be a battle, but you know what? I mean, somebody's got to do it. Oh, that's the other thing. I'm so glad with Adam Deitch. Why do I keep saying it wrong? Deitch, Deitch or Deitch, Deitch, right? Adam Deitch, Deitch. So one of the things, though, too, with him is that he, the way he was talking in this microdots video, it makes me think that he, when they were investigating, maybe I'll make myself bigger. See, there I am. Okay. When they were investigating, because they jumped into this case, it sounds like they were absolutely investigating corruption, but not the death of John O'Keefe, based on what he was saying. Now, he didn't say exactly what the feds are investigating. Of course, he wasn't going to say that. They might have been looking into the Sandra Birchmore case. I don't know. But what was clear was they were looking at corruption because he was involved in that police scandal where they were selling, wasn't it like truck licenses or something? There was a scandal where police officers were, had been for a long time giving away, I think, like licenses to truck drivers just for cash, I think. And it was a big takedown. He was involved in that. But in particular, I mean, he named Norfolk County, named Michael Morrissey's office, saying that it needs a complete reform, which includes the police, obviously. So even though they hired ARCA, it still sounds like they really weren't investigating, to find out who killed John, but more whether or not the police had done something corrupt or inept. And I think at the end of the day, they probably just weren't able to prove corruption. That's what it sounds like based on what we're able to extrapolate from him. But also, if you guys have a different opinion, having heard that, definitely let me know because, yeah, I mean, I'm curious, right? Very curious. Mark, hello, Mark. He sends 499. He says, love the new time, Sam, and also love you for what you have done with John and Karen. You too, Janice. You the best. You're the best, Mark. And thank you. Thank you so, so much. And I know the new time, I think everybody likes the 7 p.m. I like it way better too, because I wasn't sleeping. It takes me a while to calm down after the show. And then I'm up till freaking 4 a.m. texting Emily C. Oh, it's funny. Emily says, of course, Chloe was there. She wasn't well trained. If they left her anywhere else, she would be so annoying. That's a great point, Emily, right? Because we know she was barking. See, this is the insanity. This is so insane, right? Like, they insult our intelligence. It's insulting. Like, you don't think that we know that the dog is going to be barking? Like, when he's like, no, she was just upstairs in the closet. Like, no, she wasn't. Like, Jen's like, no, there was no dog. I didn't see a dog. When she burst into the bedroom of her brother-in-law in the middle of the night, right? And she wakes up from a cold sleep. What a scumbag. What a scumbag these people are. Anyway, that's going to be our next episode, though. We're going to be focusing on those guys in the next episode. The finale is going to be on them and what all of this means for them, right? Because I don't want to give it away, but I mean, think about what this means. If this is true, and I believe it is, now it's only my opinion, obviously, but I do believe this is what happened. And if that's true, think about the ramifications of that. And that's what I'm going to point out to all of you guys in the finale, because it gets nuts. I mean, it's a sick road, man. It's a sick road. At Where Rosemary Flourishes says, Sarah Levinson needs some serious pressure applied. I think she'd fold. She's the best liar, but the weakest link because her loyalty is the weakest. Yeah, and Where Rosemary Flourishes, you're absolutely right. And she actually scares the crap out of Brian Albert. So one of the things I was doing a deception analysis of him for this finale. And one of the things that comes up that you'll see next time is he's scared to death of her. He's scared of Sarah. He doesn't know her and he doesn't trust her. Julie is a different story because he does know her and he does trust her, which makes sense given what we've seen from her, right? But Sarah scares him. And it's kind of ironic, right? Because you're right. She is the best liar. And it's that unassuming, like she looks so innocent and there's no way that she could ever lie. That is really what has saved their asses this whole time, because Julie Nagel's the world's absolute worst liar. And everything she says, because she's so black and white, literally contradicts Brian Albert himself. Like she'll say something like, oh no, I just watched him bring Chloe downstairs and then back upstairs. And then Brian Albert's like, no, I let her hang out with everybody for a while. So you can't believe anything that Julie Nagel says, which is why Hank Brennan didn't pick her for trial 2, went with the smarter move, which was Julie. And that's why Sarah showed up like a completely different person for trial number 2, right? Trial number 1, Sarah's like completely frozen, like only moves a part of her face. Trial 2, she's like, it's like, what happened to you, right? Well, when I asked that question, obviously the answer is, well, oh, right, Julie Nagel's not here. So now your role has changed. Now you've got to give more testimony. She's got to talk more. So clearly she practiced, but you wonder, like, are these people just not telling anybody else? I mean, when you get into the psyche of all this, it's crazy. I mean, you seriously start thinking about this. Sarah Levinson is living with this every day. There's no question about it. I mean, look at the way they're testifying. They absolutely know what happened to John O'Keefe. It's not even like debatable. In my opinion, it is not debatable, right? Based on their testimony. Now, look, there's lots of other evidence, like cell phones and taillights and whatever else, right? All the other stuff in this case. And believe me, there's enough to go around. This case is freaking a massive animal of evidence. And we've got these new FOIA productions, which are outstanding. And there's so much good stuff in there. But to me, it's always going to come down to people, because that's what I care about first and foremost. That's what I'm interested in. So that's what I'm going to focus on, because people are much more interesting to me than, Carr's reports. But also I trust it. So when other people don't, because other people don't trust what other humans say, but I'm getting better at this. And so I'm starting to learn how to trust it. And, you're seeing it. You see what happens, right? This is what came from their testimony. That's where this theory came from, their testimony, almost exclusively at this point. And wait till you see. It's crazy. Oh my God, you guys, this gets crazy. It's so nuts. Hello, welcome, Susie Q59. We are really, really happy to have you. Welcome to our little club, our little fun club. At Lazy LCH sends $10. If Julie Nagel wanted to get rid of her brother, why did she invite him in? Oh, great. Well, so I don't know if you have a sibling, but I'm the older sibling in my sibling relationship. And my sister and I are 3 years apart in age and 4 years apart in school. But, you get to be like, that age where, it's like 23 and 20 or 21 and 24. It's close. Ryan, they might be a little bit further apart, but they're close. Ryan and Julie, like me and my sister. Julie Nagel absolutely knows that there is no universe, no place on the planet, no chance that brother, that Ryan, is going to say, yeah, let's go into the Albert house for the after party, right? So even if she does ask, it's totally cover, right? She may have even been told to ask. I don't know. I have not actually explored that question. That just came into my mind, so I said it. So I don't know if that's true. I'd have to really think about that to come to that conclusion. But it wouldn't shock me. It wouldn't shock me if, Jen said, get rid of him, but, make it seem like ask him to come inside or whatever. I doubt it, but it's not impossible. But Julie would have known. My point is, Julie would have known that like Heather Maxson and Ricky D'Antano and Ryan are not going to go into Brian Albert's house for the after party. Like it just wasn't going to happen, right? And she knew it. And if she didn't know it, she wouldn't have said it. Does that make sense? So while I completely, I hear you, and it's possible that she did say that, I haven't actually truly done enough of a baseline or analysis on her brother to say. I thought about doing it because I wondered. I asked myself this question too. Does he know and he's lying? But Heather said it too. I don't know if Ricky said it, but Heather said it also, that they invited them in. So I'm going to just assume that she did say it, that she did actually invite them in, just because that's what Heather and Ryan said. And I haven't done enough of a baseline on both of them to say if that's true or not. But even if I play that forward, if my sister at any point in the history of our life together asked me at the end of the night if I wanted to come into the after party at any friend that she's ever had's house, it's not that I don't like her friends. It's that there's no world where that's going to happen. Like I'm not going to do that. Right. And she knows that. And it might be a nice thing to ask me. Like, seriously, I have one regret. This is really funny. I have one regret in my whole life. And I really don't regret. I'm not somebody who regrets stuff. I don't know why. I'm just not. But the one regret I do have is my sister, because of her friends, invited me to see Eminem and Dr. Dre, like 10th row. They had an extra ticket, was free. And I was like, too cool. You know, this was like 99. I don't even know. It was a long time ago. 2001, maybe. It was a long time ago. But that's like the one regret. And that it was because of this, because I didn't want to go with my sister and her friends and hang out with them. Like, I just didn't want to do that. I should have. It was a really stupid decision on my part. They're not bad people. I liked her friends fine. Just I'm never going to do that, right? So I think if Julie did do this, it would have been with the full, absolute knowing to her core, like there's no world where Ryan was going to come in and say, yeah, let's go, guys. You know, just that wasn't going to happen. So I hear you. But because of my relationship with my sister and knowing as the older sibling, there's just no way that I think if it was the other way around, like if my sister was, you know, if it was reversed, she might come in as the younger. Like if I invited her and said, hey, sis, because I'm the older sibling, right? So if I invited her, I could see her maybe sometimes saying, okay, yeah, I'll come in. But there's no way that I would have, right? And so I can see that. Remember, Ryan is the oldest. She has 2 older brothers, you know, so she knew he wasn't going to go in. And if she did ask, it would have been for cover. Would have been for cover. It would have been, you know what? To be completely transparent, I think it's possible. And this is what I was going to try to analyze. And maybe eventually I will. It's possible that Ryan doesn't know. It's possible that nobody knows. It's possible. It's not, maybe not totally likely, but it's possible that like Sarah Levinson's parents do not know what really happened. You know, right? I mean, because what would you do? It's a really good question, right? What would you do? Like if this was you're at your friend's house, their parents come home and you blink your eye and 20 minutes later, there's a guy dead in the freaking family room. What would you do? It's a crazy story is what it is. At Melly Girl sends $5. Julie Nagel said Brian went upstairs to let the dog out. Yes, she sure did. They were not in the basement. I think potentially what could have happened though is that somebody, you know, I didn't think, so just to be clear, Melly, I was so focused on this time and what happened here that I have not tried to figure out what happened next. So I'm completely speculating. I have no knowledge of what happened after this time that we're talking about now, it's certainly possible that they had to bring him somewhere. I mean, he didn't, first of all, he doesn't go outside until what, 5, 4? No, can't be 5, sorry. 3:30? We would have to figure that out, I guess, because obviously we don't know. We'd have to figure out what time they brought him outside. I do believe, based on Brian Higgins' testimony now, that he actually went to the police department as an alibi, that he went to the PD to get on camera, that his main reason for being there was so that we would see him on video. There was no, I don't think it was strategic at all. I don't think it was to get, a cell phone bag or whatever. I think it was just a Faraday bag. I think he was just wanting to get on camera so that it made it look like he had left the Albert house earlier than he actually did. And then he went back to the Albert house. And the reason why I think Brian Higgins is lying about the Jeep is because that's probably where he put the Jeep when they were moving the cars. Now, Lucky didn't see the white Jeep, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't there, right? Who knows? Lucky could have been pulled up at the very moment that Brian Higgins backed his Jeep, into the driveway before whoever was driving the Ford Edge had a chance to move that car back into the driveway, right? Or wherever it was going. I don't remember. I don't know if it's Colin's Ford Edge, could have been. I don't remember whose Ford Edge it was. Or, again, I haven't actually investigated the Ford Edge enough to know anything about who's driving that car and where it went afterwards. But my point is, I am reasonably certain that Brian Higgins went back to the house. And that's the reason why there's all this, the whole thing about the plow story. He did plow, but he plowed after, because they had to get John out of the house, but they also had to do it strategically. They had to do it at a time when enough snow would have fallen so it covers whatever tracks they do make. And my thinking is it's likely that Brian Higgins with his plow would have plowed the driveway so that there's not tire marks, right? That's my thinking. Because they had to move John, and you can't have snow, you can't have people walking from the house to the body. So they had to drive, get into a car, probably walk on one side of the driveway, and then put John in the car, go onto the road, right, where it would have been plowed eventually, go over in a car, pick him up, throw him, probably, to hate to be crass, but that's probably what they did, throw him onto the side of the road, and then sweep the driveway so that you can't tell that anybody was moving around, walking, whatever, on those tracks. So I think that's what the plow is all about. I think that's what the plow story is. That's what the timeline discrepancies are. Yeah, he did do that way later. They had to be moving, remember, moving cars. I think they're moving cars in the driveway, right? Kind of have to be. You kind of have to. Otherwise, there'd be tracks. Now, I guess certainly there could be tracks. It's not impossible. There's no police investigating this case, right? So, but my point, sorry, Melly, I got distracted. My point was, it's possible that they put him somewhere else. I mean, they had to clean. Think about, this kind of makes me mad too. You know how they talk about how much Nicole loves to clean? Well, I'm sure she was doing a hell of a lot of cleaning on this night, right? Because they had to clean that fucking family room, to clean that house. So he couldn't just stay there. I mean, they couldn't have left him there, right? So they had to put him somewhere in the interim. Now, remember, if you're going to put him in the garage, it might be closer, but then you risk somebody seeing you. So that in order to get him into the garage, you would have had to go out the front door, right? And then into the garage, like, what's her name? Julie Carpenter made such a big deal about. I don't know. It was so weird. Like, remember, he would have had to leave the house. Like, Okay. Yeah. Wow. Whoa, big. Anyway, sorry. So he could have been in the basement, and they could have brought him down there until they were ready to, bring him outside. It's an unbelievable story, these fucking people. It's really an unbelievable story. It's really just an unbelievable story. Let me get a couple more of you here. Got a Bad Feeling says, thank you so much for continuing to dedicate yourself and time to continue to find out what happened to John. You are very welcome. And what a powerful learning experience this has been, right? Like after we get through this, which hopefully we will, there's been so many really interesting lessons that have come from this case, and just going through this process and watching my own thinking about this case and my own bias and how those come up, and like learning how to try to see them quicker. And, am I interjecting my shit, so to speak, into what I'm seeing in front of me? And so it's just been fascinating thing to kind of like watch unfold. But at the end of the day, I mean, justice for John O'Keefe is what it's all about, right? That's what we're doing here. At Louis Poe Mapui 5262, cute name. Look at that dog. What a cutie that dog is. Like looks like a stuffy. I just want to squeeze. Sends $4.99. Echoing last super chat, your dedication to justice for John, and TBH. When you crack up Matt McCabe and how they were so excited to see them. Oh my God. I can't. I still laugh. I was watching Matt today, something else. Matt McCabe cracks me up, and it's like totally where Allie gets all her mannerisms. So it's just, oh, Matt McCabe is too much. He is too much. Right. But hello, right? Like who talks like that? Right. He's like, oh yeah. You're like, wait, this was the greatest 20 minutes of your whole life, Matt? Like, is that what you're trying to sell us? Oh, it's just, these people, they really make me laugh. Lazy LCH sends $5. Where do you think all his blood went? Well, I mean, into the fireplace and onto the floor, right? I also wonder, so remember, this is like very new. This whole theory literally has been unfolding as I'm making this video. So it's not like I've had days sitting with all of this stuff. But remember, how he had the glass in his nose, and all of us are like trying to figure out a way that he could have been hit with his own glass, or, I mean, they're fighting in a room that is really small with potentially like a vase sitting somewhere, a drinking glass. I mean, there any number of things, a photo frame, right, on the wall. Any number of things could have been glass in that house that could have come from, right? How about the fact, I mean, I wonder if Carrie Roberts is she like playing stupid, or is she really this stupid? Because every time she tells this story about how John couldn't have been put outside because his drinking glass is there. It's like, wait, what? This is sort of like the Julie Carpenter, like, aha moment about how there's not a door from the family room into the garage. You're like, am I missing something? Like, what does that matter? I have no idea why that matters. Like, who cares? So what? It's the same distance, whether you have to go outside to get to the garage or to go through directly. What is the difference between 2 or 3 steps? What's the difference, right? They're still the same distance apart room-wise. Just one, you have to go outside, and the other, you would have to probably open a door and then walk down steps, right? It's just so stupid. I can't even with these people. So I don't know yet, lazy LCH. I think we have to think about it, but I know that they had to clean it up. Could have been on couch cushions. Here's the thing. Here's the kicker. A police officer of no cops, right? Except for family. Kevin Albert was in the house that morning. Brian Higgins was in the house that morning. Brian Albert, these are all police officers of some kind, right? They were in the house. They went into the family room, but not Sergeant Lank, not Sean Good. And it's interesting, and I have to go back and look at this because I don't remember if the second group, Lank, and then he was with the lieutenant, whose name is just escaping me at the moment. I don't remember. I know at one point Alan Jackson asks if they looked around the house, and I think he says he like peeked his head in the family room, I think. But they didn't, Gallagher, that's what I was thinking of, Gallagher. But they didn't like investigate the house at all. So we have no idea. Like there could have been blood everywhere and it could have still been there. I very much doubt it, right? They would have immediately went to try to clean it up, spent the entire night doing so, I'm sure. But nobody went to investigate, right? So that's the thing. Like nobody's ever put pressure on any of these people to tell the truth. Can you believe that? Like they weren't even interviewed. That was one of the things, that the Michael Easter report really highlighted, right? Like how they just didn't investigate. Like they didn't interview these people. They didn't even talk to them. It's crazy. Like you're not even curious. I know Betterow used to always say that, right? Like you're not even curious what these other witnesses have to say. You see no utility, no value at all in asking Sarah Levinson, like, what the hell happened? Nothing? No? Okay. So I don't know, lazy LCH, but these are the questions that we're going to have to probably work through next, right? Like one step at a time. That's the only way with these folks is like, you got to ask one question at a time. And I think that's one of the things that I've learned in this is like, when I have been able to really make a breakthrough in understanding with this case, it's been when I've asked very specific questions. In this case, I was asking, why can't they tell us anything about what they were doing before Karen and John even arrived? They weren't even at the house yet. Like, why can't you just tell us what you were doing? Well, you can't tell us because John O'Keefe lost his life within 4 minutes from the time Jen and Matt walked into the house. That's why they can't tell us anything, because nothing happened. All that happened was they walked in. They may not even have taken their coats off. That's how fast it happened, right? I mean, it was like immediate. So no, nothing happened. There is nothing that happened at all. And that's why nobody can tell you. All they keep saying is like celebrating, or they use these generic statements like laughing, dancing. It's so absurd. And to see them try is truly painful, right? It's like, it is painful. It really, really is. Let me get to a couple more of these. Yay! Mama Mash 13. We have our 2-month anniversary. Happy 2-month anniversary. I'm almost caught up, but just want to say, love your brain and face so much. Well, and I love you too. It's just like such a heavy thing. We get to exchange that with each other. You guys are the best. I don't know what I'd be doing now without you. So thank you. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your membership. And thank you for being here. Sincerely. Okay. One more, and then we are going to get back to it so we can get it done tonight at 123. Nope, not me. Oh, I like that. That's catchy. Sends $5. From my understanding, Massachusetts has strict. Yes, you are right. Very smart. From my understanding, Massachusetts has strict pet owner laws that can send the homeowner to prison for the sins of their pet. And Clo is a reoffender. You are absolutely correct. And I do think that would have been a part of the decision making. But what has convinced me that Chloe couldn't have been, this is true. I don't want to take anything away from what you're saying, because you're right. And it's a variable for sure. But there's something else. It's kind of really obvious, but I don't want to talk about it yet. We're going to talk about it next time. That I think makes it almost certain, not only that there was a fight, we're going to see that tonight, but that there had to be something more than just Chloe. Because really, if it's just Brian Albert, if Brian Albert was able to say, like, this is all my doing, the dog just attacked John as soon as he poked his head in, which is what he should have done. he's so likely to get off. I mean, look at what's happening. Nothing has happened to him now, right? So, in other words, he would have just, all of these police officers, none of us would know his name, first of all, because this would have been a lot more open and shut from the start. And they probably would have given him like a smack on the wrist because he's Brian Albert, because he was this accomplished, fancy cop that everyone loved. So to me, it's like, given the fact that they have all these police connections, it doesn't make sense to me. And obviously Michael Morrissey was in their pocket too. That's Adam Lally, right? I mean, Adam Lally is the snake of all snakes. That guy, after tonight, go back and listen to Adam Lally ask the questions about this very time to all of the witnesses, and you'll see how he changes the questions that he asks according to who's in front of him, knowing full well that what they're saying is completely bullshit. He's a disgrace. This is supposed to be a DA, and he is an absolute disgrace. Totally. All right. But very good point, and I'm really glad you made it, because you're absolutely right. Massachusetts does have strict pet owner laws, and he would have been in very big trouble if Chloe was the only person responsible or only thing responsible. But I just don't think it would have been enough if that was the case. In other words, I think he would have called it in if it was just Chloe. That's my feeling. But again, we'll talk about why in just a bit. All right, let me do some more and then we'll get back to you guys. Otherwise, we'll never get through it. Here we go. Our time. I also went back and, sought some counsel from somebody who I completely trust and who's taught me a lot about detecting deception. You know who I'm talking about, Mr. Sergio Dinero. Now, one of the first deception detection analyses that I really started to pay attention to was that of Brian Higgins. Sergio does a tremendous job of picking apart his statement. And even now, really years later, with a lot more information about what was going on, a lot of what Sergio told us holds up. And some of it doesn't, but only in that he wasn't able to guess correctly what the deception was, not when it came to pointing out that there was deception. And this is going to blow your mind. So why don't we go back and see what Sergio had to say about this very time, this 1224 time, way back when.
And so when you come to the house and you see the people that you've described, where were they situated within the house?
So I came through what I would call like a breezeway door. So there's a front door to the residence, there's the garages, and in between there is a like a breezeway door. I came in through there, and it's kind of like you're in the kitchen. And I think there's like an island, so to speak. You may be able to sit at it, and Brian Albert Jr. was right there, and again flanked by one, if not two, females.
And so when you come to the house and you see the people, where were they situated within the house? He says, so I came through what I would call like the breezeway door. So there's a front door to the residence, there's the garages, and in between there is like a breezeway door. We are already 4 lines into this, and we haven't talked about where people are situated in the house. So we have a bunch of problems here. We have 2 explanatory statements, and then he says, I came in what I would call like a breezeway door, but then he says breezeway door again, which means this is likely to be sensitive to him, which means it's deceptive. There's a front door to the residence, there's garages. This over-explaining means that there's a big lie coming up, and he's having a hard time getting to it. And in between there is like a breezeway door. I came in through there. So he does not say, he says breezeway door twice, but he doesn't say that he came in through the breezeway door. What he says is, I came in through there. And it's kind of like you're in the kitchen. He does not say that I came in through the breezeway door and was in the kitchen. That's what he's insinuating, but that's not what he says. And the fact that he's trying to make you think that's what he's saying, but he's not saying it, means that that's not true. And this is a big fat lie.
Unbelievable, right? Like, he is so good. This is why I spent the last 2 years studying every word this man says. He is so right. We know the layout of the house, so we know what the big fat lie is. The big fat lie is you don't walk through the breezeway door and go into the kitchen. You go into the family room. But in his mind, he has to find a way to avoid talking about the family room because that's the crime scene. That is the crime scene. So as he's talking, he's buying time. That's what the two explanatory statements are. That's why he's repeating like a breezeway door, like a breezeway door. He can't remember what the rehearsed statement is. He can't remember, doesn't know what he should say here. And so he says, you're kind of like in the kitchen, right? So this is fantastic. How good is Sergio Gennaro? It's amazing. But what he ends up focusing on in this story, because, you know, Brian Albert Jr. and the flanked by two females is in the same paragraph. That's what sort of gets his attention. And that's what got all of our attention, to be fair, for a long time. So we also missed the description of the house and following it from start to finish because I went right to the flanked by one, if not two females. At the end of the day, that's just not that important because what matters more is that he gave us directions inside the house that were completely incorrect and that he kept trying to figure out how to do that. How do I do this so that I can avoid the family room and also answer the question? Remember when we talked about leakage with Julie Nagel, it was because she was holding in her mind the family room and saying, no, don't talk about the family room. Well, we have exactly the same thing here. We have a version of that with Brian Higgins, who's doing everything he can, including giving us the wrong way into the house, the wrong description to avoid the family room. Guys, if you weren't sure before whether or not the family room was involved in this crime, I hope to God you are sure now, because this is as clear-cut evidence as you're ever going to get. Because the question was, who did you see? Who were the people and where were they situated? So tremendous job by Sergio here. Fantastic job. But there's more. So let's keep going.
Now, at some point after your arrival, who, if anyone else that you were familiar with, came by the house?
I believe it was Jen and Matt McCabe.
You know about how long it was after you arrived that they arrived?
No, I don't know. I mean, I don't think it was much longer. People started, float in at that point.
Now, at some point after your arrival, is anyone else that you were familiar with came by the house? I believe it was Jen and Matt McCabe. You know about how long it was after you arrived that they arrived? No. Okay, this is important. I'm going to tell you right here. When you have a bunch of missing time, this is the time of the crime.
Wait, what did he just say? Say that again.
This is the time of the crime.
Let's take a moment to appreciate the significance of what he is saying. And also, let me be clear, I did not remember this, and I did not go back to Sergio and his analysis to find this. I just thought, you know what? It might be worth taking a look at because it's been a long time since I had heard this, and I knew that there was good stuff in here. I had absolutely no idea that he was going to tell us that this is the time of the crime, the very time, mind you, that we are talking about now. Unbelievable.
Let's analyze this carefully. No, I don't know. He's telling you right off the bat, I don't know. When he tells you there's something that he doesn't know, it means that there's information that he's not telling you. I don't know, approximately. That is another indicator of missing time. I don't think there's a reduction in commitment. So we have Indicators of missing time and reduced commitment. It was much longer. That is another missing time statement. People started. That's another missing time statement. Flowed in at that point. Higgins is again making it impossible to tie him down to any sort of specific time or timeline. There are 3 indicators in this answer of missing time. There is extremely important information that is being withheld or edited out of this story. In murder cases, this style of inserting missing time around the time of the murder is almost a certain indicator that the person making the statement was involved in the murder.
Wait a sec. Say that one more time.
In murder cases, this style of inserting missing time around the time of the murder is almost a certain indicator that the person making the statement was involved in the murder, and it happened in this time frame that he is skirting around.
And what time frame is that? The time immediately following when Jen and Matt arrive.
You mentioned that Julie Nagel was looking outside for something. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
How long was that in reference to after you arrived and then when that happened?
Again, I don't know the exact time. I'm going to say could have been 3 minutes, could have been 5 minutes, somewhere in that vicinity. We arrived, said hello, good to see everybody, and shortly after, she had mentioned that her brother was there to pick her up.
And it happened in this time frame that he is skirting around.
Well, isn't that interesting? Using the rules that Sergio just gave us about missing time statements, Matt McCabe appears to be indicating that this is the time of the crime also. Amazing, right? Now, so I thought about expanding on that part with Matt, but I realized that we're already at like an hour and 40 minutes in this video, so I didn't, but I wanted to. So in there, Matt is using missing time statements. He's being very deliberate not to give us specific time indicators. They all do this throughout. But what he tells us also aligns with what we know to be factual, right? In terms of the timeline, which we're going to take a look at now. Because remember what we're doing still, we still have that hypothesis that 1224 to 1226 time frame. That's what we're testing still. So what we just got was some confirmation from Sergio that we're in the right ballpark, right? So absolutely. Now, remember, Sergio did not have anywhere near the information that we do. I mean, nothing. He knew nothing, basically. He came in off the street and all he knew was what he heard for the most part in the testimony that he was analyzing. So he had no idea what time John got there, didn't get there, what time they left the waterfall, who was on camera, when they were on camera. He doesn't know any of that. He's just going based on the language alone. And so, but we do have that. And that's how we're able to take what he's saying and absolutely use it with all of that actual information, the factual stuff that we do have. And that's what we're going to be doing moving forward now. Sergio doesn't have all of the details that we have now. He doesn't know that Jen and Matt arrive at 12:18. Jen is on the phone giving directions to John, who's in the neighborhood but isn't quite sure where the house is. Brian Higgins tells us in his report to the police early on in this case, to Yuri Buchanan, that he actually heard Jen on the phone. Makes perfect sense. Jen walks in, she's on the phone, and Brian Higgins is right in front of her, right? In the family room, talking just like Jen, just like the witnesses say they are. In the family room, talking. And remember, we hear that from Jennifer, Matt, Caitlin, Nicole, and Brian Higgins at a minimum. Brian Albert is the only one that has himself upstairs in his son's bedroom looking at pictures. The only one. Everybody else has them in the family room. And in fact, Caitlin tells us that Dad never leaves her sight the entire night.
So it's fair to say there was at least some portion of the night when Brian Higgins and your father were out of your field of vision, correct?
I don't agree with that because the room that I had seen them go into has an open doorway and you can see right into the family room that they were in. So I could actually see them in there.
Gotcha.
Maybe a statement that doesn't age well at all. Okay, now let's take a look at this timeline a little more closely. We know that at 12:20 and 49 seconds, Brian Higgins sends a text to John O'Keefe saying, "You coming here?" with 3 question marks. Now, this is an important text. And today, my co-host for our Monday Nooner show, Loophole Lawyer, brought up an absolutely tremendous point.
I had told you last week, I thought that Higgins was reading the text message at 12:20 a.m. and lying to us at the same time, but I couldn't recall because I know he had said, "Are you coming here?" multiple times throughout his testimony, but I think we found it. It's just a short clip if we can go through it, if you don't mind.
Vince is absolutely right, and we're going to take a look at the clip that he points out in just a minute. But first, what we're about to see is the very first time, without the texts in front of him, that Brian Higgins tells us about this communication with John.
At any point in time, over the course of the evening, what, if any, communication or text or anything did you send to either of those 2 people while you were at the house on Fairview?
While I was at the house, I think I shot a text just to John. Where are you? I think that's what it was.
Why don't we take a look at this statement again? So keep in mind the question, while you were at the house, what, if any, communication or text or anything did you send to either of those 2 people, meaning Karen and John?
While I was at the house,
So right away, we see there are 5 I's in this sentence, which means we know for certain there's deception in what he's saying. Notice he's also reducing commitment here, saying, I think it was a text that said,
I think I shot a text just to John. Where are you? I think that's what it was.
And then we have a second reduction in commitment after he tells us what the text said. Where are you? Now, of course, we know this isn't what the text said at all. The text said, you coming here. Now, think about what the difference is because this is important. So, is it possible that he just forgot? Well, we already know it isn't because we know there's deception in this statement and he's got 2 reductions of commitment. So he's leaving the door open for the possibility that if he gets called out on it, he can point to the transcript and say, no, see, I said, I think. Yeah, I thought that's what I said, but I wasn't sure in case they try to impeach him or make a big deal about it. But let's see what he does when the text is in front of him.
12:20 a.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And is it your recollection that that was January 29th?
Yes.
Is that the message that you sent to Mr. O'Keefe while you were in the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, I said, are you coming here with 3 followed by 3 question marks?
And he read it, are you coming here?
Yes.
Are you coming here?
What is the significance of adding "are" to "you coming here" followed by 3 question marks?
Yes. What is the significance? Do you want
I
me to
don't know.
say it or do you want to say it?
How the hell do I know?
So R is, are you coming here? You coming here is like, you coming here? It is quite clear that Brian Higgins cares deeply about this text message. And so we are going to spend a few minutes trying to figure out what it means to him.
At any point in time over the course.
Let's just take a second to acknowledge what just happened. I really want to make sure, and I think I do by the end of this video, but I really want to make it clear how important this is. This text message is so important that he is in a courtroom for a murder trial as a witness, and he even gives us the 3 question marks. So in that second version that you saw with Vince, where he reads it, he's got the paper in front of him. He's got the paper in front of him. It doesn't say, "Are you coming here?" because that's not what he said, right? But he read, "Are you coming here?" And then he even went as far as to tell us about the 3 question marks. Now, why would he do that? Well, he's diverting our attention, right? He's saying, "Oh, see, no, I'm being so specific. I'm being so careful to tell you exactly what I said that I'm even telling you about the 3 question marks." Like, this is, when I tell you this is off the charts sensitive, I don't have language to communicate the degree to which this is important to Brian Higgins. It's not that it's so important to me, it's important to him. It is off the charts important and significant to Brian Higgins, right? So keep that in mind as we go through this, because this text is so important to him. I don't know how else to communicate.
Course of the evening, what, if any, communication or text did you send to either of those 2 people while you were at the house? While I was at the house, I think I shot a text to John. Where are you? I think that's what it was. Technically, this is 5 eyes plus reduction of commitment. This is massively deceptive. We know that he did send a text because the statement is factual. Where's all of this deception coming from? It's the motive for sending the text.
All right. Now, he's very close here, but he's a little off because Sergio De Niro made the assumption that the text did read, "Where are you?" because they have the text. So of course it would be him telling the truth, but he isn't. Now, Sergio thought that this was an incredibly important text message. This duress is indicative that the text message was sent to cover up the incident after he had a chance to talk to Brian Albert about covering it up. The text would serve as a bookend, meaning the assault that led to O'Keefe's death couldn't have happened after this text message. So what Sergio is picking up on is the great sensitivity about this text. But what he doesn't know, we do. And that is, this text message could not have been after the crime. It had to be before, because the message is sent at 12:20. And we know for sure John O'Keefe is not at the house yet. For sure. So this cannot be an alibi text. It cannot be to make it look like John never came into the house. This actually is a legitimate text message. So while Sergio is right, in a way, he also didn't have all the information. But he does say that this text is a bookend to the crime. And that is something we are going to come back to in just a bit. Now, Sergio also doesn't know that the text wasn't "Where are you?" or "Are you coming here?" The text was "You coming here?" with 3 question marks. And here's what we do know about this text message. This message was already clearly important to Brian Higgins. So much so that Sergio De Niro has this being the bookend to the murder. But that's because he doesn't know that "where are you" was not what the text read. And because we see Brian Higgins bending over backwards, even with the transcript in front of him, to read this text differently than it is, this text message is not just important, it is without a shadow of a doubt one of the most important things in Brian Higgins' head ever. This text message just got elevated tenfold. It is directly connected to the death of John O'Keefe. At least it is to Brian Higgins. Because we know that John was not at the house yet, we know that this 12:20 text was sent before John got there. And that means we can infer a couple of things. He's got John, not Karen, John on his mind. And my co-host on Mondays, Vince, loophole lawyer, made a great point when he's saying, look, there's 2 weeks. These guys were friends. They were texting all the time. It was stupid. Boy. Okay, we're going to pause there for a second so I can read some of your comments. We're headed, this is like the third chapter, and this is going to be the home stretch, this final piece on the "you coming here" text. So before we get to that, let's get to some of you. So at Sacred Justice says $4.99. Hi, Sacred Justice. Why didn't Carrie or Jen say Karen said on the 911 call, "I hit him"? That should be pressed. If she did, they'd have said it then. Absolutely. And in fact, at Sacred Justice, Jen is just completely not concerned with Karen at all during that 911 call. Like, she has very little use for Karen. She's asked directly, like, who's that in the background, right? I think, isn't it Sergeant Good that takes, I think it is, right? Is it Sean Good that she's talking to? I think it is. I don't remember, but I think it is. But he asks, who's that in the background? And she's like, oh, his girlfriend, John O'Keefe. So she's just like, Karen is like the farthest thing. She could care less. Karen is a non-thing until Karen only becomes important to Jen when Karen is making a lot of noise. And that noise is starting to really bother Jen. And that's when she does the, "oh my God, this is a scene" thing that she says, right? So that's about the significance that Karen has to Jen at this time, the time of the 911 call. It's not until after the Minion meeting, right? The meeting where Brian Higgins says, "call Lank and let him know about the taillight being cracked." That's when the "I hit him" stuff starts. So, who the hell knows? I think in the beginning, I kind of figured maybe she did say that, just because what I was learning about Karen's personality, I kind of figured I could see her saying something like, well, could it have been me, right? It's like, I could see that. Okay, maybe. But now I don't know. I don't know if she said it at all, honestly, because these people are so extraordinarily full of shit. It is so unbelievable how full of shit they are. I don't know how anybody, well, I do know. I was going to say, I don't know how anybody on earth believes them, but I think what's happening is the people that believe them don't watch their testimony. Like, Kerry Roberts has probably never seen Jen McCabe's testimony because he doesn't want to know. Of course, she doesn't want to know. Do you think Kerry Roberts wants to know that her best friend in the whole world killed John O'Keefe? She has no desire to know that. Absolutely not. Oh. At 123, nope, not me, sends $5. My thinking was the guys were playing grab ass again when Chloe came back in true to loyal pet trained service animal style. She saw a threat. I would agree with you. I think that's true. Only I don't think it was grab ass, and you're going to see why in just a moment. So I would agree with you. And I think for a long time, I struggled with this, right? Like I struggled with trying to understand what the significance of the relationship between Higgins and John and if that was a real thing. And, you know, so we're going to play that through. And by the end of this, I think you'll have more clarity as I did on this part, on how this might have actually happened. Because I agree with you. I think that's pretty much what happened. Whether or not, though, it was playing, I don't think it was playing. And I'll tell you why. I don't think it was playing because Brian Higgins is evidencing such extreme consciousness of guilt around this text message. It's extreme. Think about it, right? If Chloe is responsible for the death of John, why would Brian Higgins be worried about the "you coming here" text message? Who cares, right? There's no relationship between the "you coming here" text and what happened to John. Like, they kind of happened around the same time, but it wouldn't be anywhere near enough significance to actively deceive us on the verbiage. Because think about the verbs, right? We're saying, are you coming here versus you coming here versus where are you? So he has no problem telling us that he said, where are you? He has no problem telling us that he said, are you coming here? The problem he has is with the phrase, you coming here, right? And so you see what I'm saying? It's such extreme consciousness of guilt. In other words, the only way that this text message is significant enough to change the language with the actual paper in front of you is if you feel that that incriminates you so extraordinarily, so mightily, that you have to find a way to say it differently. And the only way that would be true is if you feel like that text makes you responsible for John's death. But if you aren't responsible for John's death, then that text has no meaning to you at all because it's totally irrelevant. It's a benign thing. That's the problem that all of these people have. That's the reason why they all do this. They all evidence consciousness of guilt. That's what makes it almost guaranteed that it wasn't just Chloe. If it was just Chloe, then none of these people would have that extraordinary, that extreme guilt that they carry that comes out in their language, that comes out in their leakage. That's what gives it all away, right? That's the reason why Sergio was able to pick it up. That's the reason why I'm able to pick it up, because clearly it's weighing. And when something is weighing in your mind, no matter whether it's a murder trial that you're testifying in or, you're a friend asking you a question, it's going to come out in your language. And that's why all these people, it's unbelievable. They are the worst witnesses the world has ever seen. And I don't know if it's just that lying. I mean, maybe it's a combo, right? Like lying is really hard to do well. Lying is really hard to do well under such extreme pressure, like a court situation with the eyes of the world on you. And lying is really hard to do well when you're lying in a court situation with the eyes of the world on you and you're covering up a murder. Because let's be fair here. Let's just call a spade a spade. If all of these people are in that house when this happens and they know this happened, now we have a different set of charges. Like this isn't whoever was responsible, whether it was Chloe or Brian Albert or Brian Higgins or Colin Albert or Julie Nagel, whatever, whoever it was, they're all now involved in a conspiracy. And that conspiracy is not just to cover up the death of a person, but it was to actively try to obfuscate and put that death on somebody else, which is what our next video is going to be on. Because that's a whole nother thing, right? So my point is, and I know I went off on a tangent, which is what I do, but the whole point is, right, the consciousness of guilt is so extreme that it can't be just Chloe. Because otherwise, none of this is guilt. You're not riddled with guilt. If it's like, if they're just like playing around and then Chloe jumps in, okay, well, it's a horrible situation, but it was a complete accident. And like I said, just these two guys and their connections to the police community, they wouldn't even, like, maybe they'd have to put Chloe down. That would be like the worst thing, that would happen to them. Because you have to also, it's hard to keep this in, like, Brian Albert was so highly touted and regarded so highly as a police officer that he was like crowned, anointed the guy that was responsible for building his own task force of elite police officers, that when the city of Boston needed a group to go take down their worst, serial killers or whatever, like the biggest criminals, like, he was the head of that task force. So he had a lot of power, way too much to be worried about. Like, if it was just Chloe, I just don't think he would have. I just don't think you risk everything and you put all these people's lives. Think about it. Your children, Brian Jr., Caitlin, and your favorite nephew, Colin, and Allie got roped into this. All of these people, your son-in-law, Tristan, who wasn't there, but he wasn't there. Neither was Allie, by the way. In my analysis of their testimony, I have absolutely no doubt that they were never there and they got brought in as, like, witnesses to get these people out of the house. But they show no signs of being anywhere near 34 Fairview in their language. So that's my opinion, but I'm pretty convicted around it because they can't even tell you, like, they can't. When I tell you they can't give you any information about the house, it's crazy. It's like so funny to watch. They won't tell you what door. Well, what door did Colin come out? It's like, you've been to this house, what, 80 times? Every single time you've ever been to this house, Colin Albert uses the side door. Why can't you just tell us he walked out the side? Right? So my point is that the consciousness of guilt just it kills them. It kills all of them. It really does. It's just unbelievable. Nancy's 4062 sends $50. Geez, thanks, Nancy. 4062. Sam, what do you think they would have? I don't know. If Karen decided to go into the house, it's a great question. That's a great question. I think they would have had to call it in. At that point, I think they have to call it in. I think it probably changes the trajectory of everything, because what do you do? You're not going to kill her. You know what I mean? Like, what do? You would have, they would have had to have, John is there, right? He's in the house at that moment. Like, so if Karen had dropped everything and, like, 2 minutes later, where's John? And just, like, walked in, like, I probably would have, by the way. If I were Karen in this situation and John didn't come back out, I would just have assumed he got, like, distracted, was talking to Brian Albert, and he forgot to text me back. I certainly wouldn't assume he was hooking up with some person in the house, right? Even if they were swingers, I still wouldn't assume that my boyfriend is hooking up with somebody in the house. I would, or a neighbor or anybody else. I would just assume that he got distracted and probably go to the door and knock, especially if I saw him walk in, which is what Karen is saying in hindsight that she did. Now, I don't know if she's remembering that wrong. I don't know. But I think if she had gone in, they would have had to have called it in. They really wouldn't have had a choice, which is why they were paying such close attention to Karen, right? I believe that some of them were absolutely staring out the window at Karen's car. Right? If you're in that house, wouldn't you be staring out the window at Karen's car? Like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. So, but I think they would have had to call it in because it's unbelievable that they didn't, what a mistake, right? It speaks to, like, hubris, though. It speaks to hubris. I'm sure it was also not I'm sure it's a drunk decision fueled by alcohol too. Alcohol does change, how we view reality pretty extremely. It's why people do it. It's why they drink it to begin with. But it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable that they make a calculated decision not to call it in. It's unbelievable. And to everybody's point, and to @123 nope, not me, this is why, again, this is why the Chloe, no matter what the possible charges could be for your dog hurting a person like that, I mean, it was an accident. In the event that it was Chloe, and I'm saying, right, in the event that if it was Chloe that jumps on John and is completely innocent, other than just Chloe jumps on John, I mean, yeah, it sucks. But it's on Brian Albert. It would be on Brian Albert alone. Nobody else would be culpable. But let's imagine for a moment how bad that scene might have looked too, right? Because if everybody in this house, because let's think, I don't really want to jump this far ahead, but I'll just say this one sentence before we move on. If by 12:27 and 30 seconds, I think 38 seconds, Jennifer is texting John, or somebody with Jen's phone is texting John, here, question mark, exclamation point. What does that mean? What does that mean? Because that's what happened. And as I said, Samantha Beningo, believe with my heart and soul, this is what happened, right? This is what my belief is. And if I believe that, what does it mean about Jennifer and Co. that they stood in front of a door or a window, I'm assuming it was a window in the family room, staring at Karen's Lexus, and typed into their phone to John O'Keefe, here? Question mark, exclamation point, with John's phone, of course, in the family room right next to them, probably. What does that mean? I mean, right? What does that say about what they were thinking and what they were planning on doing from about 30 seconds after this all went down? So it had to have been ugly enough in that room for the level of consciousness of guilt to be really high. And that's sort of the psychological part, right? Because you got to think, like, my psyche, that's the part that you really want to consider, right? Like the psychological piece of what they might be going through in that moment, and what would compel me to make the decision not to call 911. Because I really don't know that me personally, I mean, I don't know. Look, I've never been in this situation, and maybe I wouldn't behave this way, but I just can't imagine a circumstance where I'm not calling 911, right? Like, for me to be compelled to not pick up the phone when I see a man that I know and love, quote unquote, right, bleeding out on the ground in the house, whether it's for one reason or another, the fact that I'm not doing that, why would that be? Because these are not serial killers. I mean, these are not murderers, right? These are what we would consider in every other area of their lives relatively normal human beings, right? That have jobs and lives and families and went to soccer games a lot and coached basketball. So what in God's name could possibly compel you not to call in the murder, the death? That's the question we have to really, really sit with and ask very seriously. And that's the reason why I can't just write it off as Chloe. I know Chloe was involved, believe me. I have no doubt about that. But it has to be something more. There has to be, right? Lazy LCH sends $5. That tracks. I'm the youngest, so that didn't occur to me. LOL. Right. Exactly. Right. Lazy LCH. That's so funny. That's exactly right. I don't think it would have occurred to me either, because I know my sister, like, she was always like my sidekick, and she would probably tell you if she was here. She'll probably hear this after the fact, but if she was here, she'd probably tell you absolutely. Like she wanted to be with me. She wanted to be wherever big sister was. And when we got older, like there'd be parties we were both at and stuff like that. Used to make me a little angry. You see, like that's the thing, right? Like, so, and also like, who knows you better than, who knew me better than my sister? Like she would have known, no way, my sister's coming in this house. So I'm pretty sure that, and no, just from what I've seen of Julie, my guess is, I don't know if she would have told them right away. Like, I don't know if she would have told her brother, because she's obviously completely protective of the Alberts. Look at her testimony. It's wild. Like Julie's testimony is really, it's not quite as bad as Allie's, which is just, Allie's was like traumatizing for me to get into her head. I couldn't, it was really, but Julie's is pretty bad because it's so transparent, right? There's no, you can see it. You don't, you can just see it. You see what she's lying. It's so obvious. Any instinct that you have when you're watching Julie and you have the feeling like, oh, she's full of shit. That's right. You are absolutely right. She is totally. And it's not like hard to spot at all. At Dancing Quinn, 8 sends 199. When did she call for a ride and then decided to stay? When? So the ride was at 12:23, and we know that because that's when, so remember Jen was making the timeline, and we know that at 12:23, Jen McCabe has a text message of a screenshot that was a text from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel at 12:23 saying, I'm here. So we know that he had pulled up. Well, we know that he had pulled up around 12:23. Now, did he send that when he was down the block? Probably. But we also know that he was behind Karen. Ricky D'Antano was behind Karen Reed the entire time. And we know that John is moving towards the house by 12:24 and 38 seconds. So we can be reasonably sure that that text is legitimate, probably in the later end of the 12:23 time frame and early 12:24. So it's happening right around the same time. Like John is moving towards the house at essentially the same time as Ryan is pulling behind Karen. Makes sense. That's exactly what Heather Maxson testifies to. So that perfectly tracks. There's about a 30-second differential between when Karen pulls up and then they're right behind her because they were at the intersection at the same time. And then Karen turns first. Ricky's behind her. They both stop in front of the house, same house. And then we also know, but we don't have the timestamp. We also know that he then, Ryan, sends a second text, I'm going to leave, when she doesn't come out or respond. We don't have the time for that, but Jen verifies that that text exists in the trial 1 testimony. So she tells us, she offers it. The first trial, she got savvy during trial number 2 and absolutely shut down at the time of the crime. So she wouldn't tell us anything. Like she wouldn't even say it happened by 1 a.m. Like she wouldn't give us anything for the second trial. But the first trial, she agrees it was at 12:23 that Ryan shot the text to Julie. And she tells us, just self-initiates, that there's a follow-up text that Ryan sends saying, where are you? Why aren't you coming out? I'm going to leave. What does that tell us? Well, we don't have the time. But what it tells us is that Julie was inside that house, probably contemplating, what do I do? What do I do? Because she didn't come right out. So that's why I was even more conservative with our time frame. Instead of making it 12:27 when Jen sends that here text to John, I even tried to make it shorter. So I'm thinking, okay, reasonably between 12:23, how long is it going to be before Ryan's like, where the hell is my sister? Probably 3 minutes at most, I'm guessing, before he sends the follow-up text. That text is probably 12:26 and change is my guess. I mean, I'm guessing completely. Could have been 5 minutes, but I doubt it. So that's why I'm placing our time frame or my theory between 12:24 and 12:26, because it's got to be before Julie goes out to shoo her brother away, if that makes sense. Hopefully that made sense. Kelly Steffi sends $4.99. If it happened in the family room, what happened to the blood? Yeah, absolutely. You're right. And, I guess it's a good thing that mom loves to clean, right? Because they love to tell us how Nicole loves to clean. So, I don't know. But here's the thing, Kelly. Nobody was looking at that house. Nobody was examining that house. Who the hell was in that house? We don't have police other than the police that live there. There's no cops in that house. Oh, and there is something else, by the way. Now, I had initially included it in this video, but I took it out. Brian Albert, allegedly, this is what I've been told, that in February of 2022, so less than 1 month after John O'Keefe loses his life, Brian Albert has rotator cuff surgery. Allegedly. He's walking around in a sling. Right? You remember that picture of him in the sling? I'll show it to you next time if you haven't seen it. But now, if you listen to Garrett Wing closely, he tells us that it's very common for dogs when they're in this kind of a frenzy to attack their owner. Like they will just, they're so like flipped out, right? When they get into attack mode that they'll hurt their owners even. So it's possible that there was even more injuries than we know about. But, they had plenty of time. Plenty of time. They could have had the whole floor redone. We wouldn't know. Right? I mean, a lot of the stuff they were doing right in front of our face. Now, there is a rumor that I could mention, I don't know if it's true, but allegedly, Tim Albert's ex-girlfriend says that they shot Chloe and buried her in the pool that they filled in at somebody's house, at one of the brothers' houses. I don't know if it's true. It's a rumor. I don't know. It seems like Tim Albert doesn't pick the greatest relationship partners based on what I've learned about Tim Albert. So, but I don't know. But I am sure that it is where it happened. And I guess the truth is if it was outside, where did it happen? If it was, where's the blood? That's always been a problem in this case, is where the hell is the blood, right? I mean, he didn't actually, by the way, I'm sorry. The 3 liters has never been verified. I've heard that. I mean, we've talked about it here and I've heard it before. But as far as I can tell, I've tried to find the 3 liters, and I haven't. So if you know where to find that in any of the medical reports, let me know. It might also be in the new FOIA production that we just got. There's a lot of stuff in there that it might be there. It's possible. At Madier Beach Caregiver sends $10. Higgs says he was home at 2:22. Distance between Canton PD and Sandwich is 60 miles, so no way he was home in a blizzard. And what time did we see him on the PD lot camera? Absolutely. Yeah, no, he was not. Absolutely. Yeah, no. I mean, lot camera, it's between 1:30 and 2, I think. I think it's between 1:30 and 2. I'd have to double check that, but no, he wasn't home. But he wasn't home at 2. He wasn't. Remember, he's the one that crushes up the SIM card and is, moving it to different army bases. Now, geez, that's interesting. Why would you do that? Especially if I'm innocent. But, to me, the thing that would be the most incriminating is my location data. Because if I'm at that house, right, if I'm at the PD and then I'm back at Brian Albert's house at 3:30 in the morning, I am in big trouble if I am Brian Higgins, right? Big trouble. Totally. Yes. Totally. Thanks, Madeira. I think Higgins was communicating with Brian at 2:22 to say, "I'm back, let me in." Oh, could be. Absolutely. Yeah, it could absolutely be. Or or I'm back, or so they may have been coordinating for what time he should come back, right? What time he should come back to help move the body. Because isn't it funny how this is all happening at the same time? The 2:22, then we have Jen McCabe's 2:27. The texting is all about what time to put John outside, is kind of all happening around the same time. So it's possible that there's even more communications that we don't know about, like maybe Matt's phone. I don't know. I don't know. But it is pretty interesting that these are all happening at exactly around the same time, right? Even like the 2:20 something time frame. Yeah, but they had to be plotting. I mean, there's no question that they are plotting. There is something else that's interesting. In the new FOIA production, there is a statement that somebody picked up, I think on X that I saw, where Julie Albert she does say that she found out about John O'Keefe's death from Jennifer McCabe, who called at 4:53 in the morning but didn't leave a message. So there's this weird, like, wait, what do you mean? That's so, because she was asked by the police, like, how did you find out about John? When did you learn about John's death? And then she tells him about the 4:53 phone call. But then also says, well, but I didn't pick up. It went to voicemail. So I don't know, but that never came out in the trial. So I don't know if she didn't leave a voicemail. If she did, I don't know if that was a misunderstanding by the police. But that was what Julie told the cops, that's how she found out. So that's another example of Jen finding out about this before, or very, very early on, right? Right, like before she, so what time does Karen, I guess it would have been right around the same time. That part I'd have to look. I don't remember. What time does Karen call Jen? They'd be happening like at exactly the same time almost. So this case is nuts. I'm telling you, you could spend like decades just looking at all the material. And that's part of the problem. That's part of why I think it took so long for me to be able to see what I see now, because there's just an obscene amount of information. At Flolevin sends $10. You're amazing at what you do. I so appreciate it. We all do. Well, I so appreciate you, and I thank you so much for saying so. It's hard work, this stuff, but of course I love it, right? I mean, I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't like it. So, but I do very much appreciate it, and I'm so glad that you guys appreciate it, because I know how much, I know how much we all care. Welcome, Derek7062. We are super excited to have you as a member finally. Welcome to our little club. Oh, Chad. Hello, Chad. Chad sends $5, says the cocktail glass was initially left as evidence for a very specific cover story reason. Brian Albert would never have left key evidence randomly. Oh, yeah. Well, I think, you know what I think, Chad? I think their initial thinking was that, like, the idea in their minds was that he fell. Like, the idea was, well, Karen wasn't paying attention. And so when he got out of the car, maybe he slipped and fell and hit his head, and he would have been holding the glass, right? So they had to put the glass outside with him because he left to go inside, as Karen tells us, with the cocktail glass. So there's no question that that's why the glass was there. It's just the fact that Carrie can't see that. It's bizarre. It's like bizarre. It's like, wait, so Carrie, if someone's going to great lengths to cover a murder, they might actually think about doing something like take the glass that he showed up to the house with and break it near his body. It's like, do we really have to go through this with you? But again, I imagine it's very scary, for her. I really do. I imagine it's very scary for her. Very scary. Thank you so much, Chad. Thanks for being here. Derek7062 sends $4.99, says they need to confirm Chloe's rehoming. Prove it. Yeah, I mean, isn't it funny how they repeatedly say, "Oh, we've told the defense so many times where Chloe is." And remember, there was a story. This is, I think, verified that Buchanan was in New York City looking for this dog at some point before the first trial. I think. Like what? I thought she's from Texas, then she was in Vermont. I mean, yeah. And I think, how do you prove it? Listen, if Brian Albert thought, because I think what probably spooked them is that when it started to be like the DNA conversation probably started to scare him. And so if anything did happen to Chloe, that would have been why. Because when he realized that, oh my God, there could be dog DNA on John's arm or whatever, that would have definitely been a reason to, kill your dog. I can't even imagine doing that. But if it's like, life and death and going to prison for the rest of your life, I mean, okay. Do we really think if Brian Albert would hesitate to kill his dog? Of course not, right? So I don't think that, and also, how would you prove it? I guess that's another question. Is like, how could you prove it? Dental records, maybe, right? Because it's not like, unless they had their dog put in a doggy DNA registry at some point. I don't know. It would be a hard thing to prove. These people, man. And at this point, you have to figure if Brian Albert is putting his name on this lawsuit and if there's a plan to actually try to see it all the way through, although, I just can't imagine how stupid that is. They must think they've gotten rid of, enough incriminating evidence that you couldn't prove a case against them. That's probably what they're thinking. It kind of has to be, right? How else do you do this otherwise? Thank you so much, Derek. At I Gotta Know It sends $2 from Get-Go. Sergio said, J.O. head hit by plow. Well, so interesting, I Gotta Know It. So I went back, and you can go back and watch yourself. Sergio understood that there's something about the plow story that was first out of sequence in terms of time, right? And so you have to follow his logic to understand why he sort of extrapolates to the guessing part. And one of the greatest things that we have that he didn't, we have absolute knowledge. Like, for example, he said definitively that this text from Brian Higgins was an alibi text. And he was certain that the murder must have happened before the "you coming here" text was sent. But we know that's not possible. So we have information now that he didn't. So what he is so good at is detecting deception. He, like all of us, you got to have more information to be able to guess all of it correctly. But he was right about the out of sequence information. And just from the injury. So if you look at the injury to John's head, the plow, maybe, but I could see that the gash could be from the plow. But if you look at all of the other evidence, and if, and hopefully you've seen all of these videos because there's a lot. That's why they're so long. There's so much information, right? Like, and it's hard to just give you guys like the cliff notes. Like, I want to make sure it's very clear why I'm saying what I'm saying, maybe to my own fault sometimes, right? Because I want to be so thorough and clear. But to me, there's just so much absolute consciousness of guilt around the family room. And we know the dog was there, like without a doubt. Getting the dog into the driveway, like all of that stuff, it's hard to do. And the most definitive, I think, probably of all, the thing that really tipped the scales, in addition to Julie telling us about the family room, actually like letting it slip out, that's where they were. There's also when she corrects Adam Lally multiple times about seeing Karen before she goes out to wave off her brother, there's really only one way. Like, there's no other way that she can be that sure unless she saw John. So she gives it away right there. And again, Julie's problem, you know, unbeknownst to her, is like she's just not that sophisticated. So she gives a lot of shit away without really knowing it. She tries to be like so sure and so convicted, like Colin wasn't here, you know, and she's so like defended like a linebacker with Yannetti on cross. But she gives a lot away on direct. They all do. They all do. You know, it's not easy to do. It's not easy to lie. It really isn't. All right, let's get this done. We're going to finish this out. Boy stuff.
If you look at how guys talk, especially white guys in the suburbs, yo, still having a party, 3 question marks. Yep, gay guys and everything. You know, because guys love doing that, right? Especially if the guy isn't gay. Should I stop by? That's Higgins asking that. Yes, they'll love you. And this gives you an insight into John's type of personality, which I love, right? He said,
let me just try to help as I got us off track. What this is about, and the question that we're asking here, and the reason why you're seeing this, is because the point that Vince was making for going back to November, from November until January 15th, John O'Keefe and Brian Higgins are text buddies. They text all the time. They text very stupid things like this. They text each other pictures of like beer bottles from the bar. Like, hey, you come in here like to go to the bar and have a drink and, you know, whatever, like a rocks glass, stupid shit that you would kind of, you know, fun text with your bar pal kind of stuff. Are you coming out tonight? I'm at the Hilly, that kind of stuff. And that was going on for months before January 15th, which is the day after the Patriots game. So the last text exchange that John and Brian Higgins have, the last text exchange before the "you coming here" text, was the morning after the Patriots game, when Brian Higgins is saying how hungover he is. And then he's talking about playing video games with John's nephew. That's the last interaction. So that is what Vince is sort of speaking to here. And that's where we're kind of picking up the conversation in the context of our timeline, keeping that timeline in mind, and trying to suss out what is the significance of this "you coming here" text. Because as I said, Sergio's telling us this is a bookend. This text bookends the murder. Well, we know it doesn't bookend it on the front end, right? Or on the back end, sorry. We know that on the front end. We know that this is not after the back end. We know that the "you coming here" text can't be after John is dead. It has to be before, if at all. So we're kind of trying to figure out, where does this "you coming here" text play a role or not in the story? That's what we're looking at here.
saying that there's gay guys there and they'll love Higgins. And
right.
And then I love Higgins. He's a little dope. Who is they? Initially, I'm like, well, they didn't even know each other. Why would he care, you know, like as much? But these guys were friends. I mean, if you're calling your friend gay and like the gay guys are going to love you, there's a bond that you have between each other. 100%. Right? And this isn't just like, you don't just say that straight away to some guy you just meet. You don't know what's going to happen, right? So that really goes to the point of that 13 days of no communication up until 12:20 a.m. and 48 seconds, where "you coming here" comes into place.
And think about how much he must have liked Karen for him to have completely been willing to stop all communication. So that's one thing. Like that's guilt, right? Like if you didn't have guilt, why not keep talking to John? It's not only guilt, it's also intention. In other words, he's thinking, well, if I'm eventually going to be with his girlfriend, then I better pull back now so that it's not as screwed up or messed up from John's point of view when, you know, we finally come out as a couple. The better play is keep talking to John. If their goal is just to have sex with Karen Reed and to like hook up with her, you would still be talking to John O'Keefe, because who the hell cares, right? Like, you have no allegiance to him in that way, and she's just a hookup. But he stops communication, which tells you that he has real feelings for Karen and that he feels tremendous and overwhelming guilt about what's going on with John. So this is important in a number of ways. First, in order for Brian Higgins to send this message to John after not talking to him for 2 weeks, there had to be a deep sense of motivation, some real reason that he feels compelled to do this now. Besides being absolutely shit-faced, let's not lose sight of that as a motivation by itself. But in addition to that, he had to have something in his mind that he felt was compelling enough to send that text after not talking to John for 2 weeks and not really having a successful interaction at the bar that very night. So let's think about what Brian Higgins meant when he said, "You coming here?" with 3 question marks. What do you think he meant? There's intent behind this, and the fact that he tries to cover it up, that Brian Higgins lies to us on purpose twice while he's testifying, and he goes to great lengths to do it twice, tells us that he feels like this is incriminating, and that makes it incredibly important to us. So we know we have to look much more closely at the relationship between John and Brian Higgins in order to suss out what happened on this night. Because Brian Higgins is evidencing clear and serious consciousness of guilt. Even though we see John O'Keefe make a point when he walks into the waterfall to go right to Brian Higgins, that's the first person he speaks to. And he goes out of his way to, with his body language, let Brian Higgins know, like, we're cool, man, we're cool, right? He's like, hey, he almost goes in with like truce hands, right? Like, hey, like, we're cool. Because he does that, but then does not speak to Brian Higgins directly the rest of the night. And he's over there for 33 or 32 minutes. He's talking to Brian Albert. He's on the other side of Brian Higgins. That was a choice. He put himself on the closer side to Chris Albert and Brian Albert than Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, who's his buddy he's been texting with for months before this.
Albert, and then you have Brian Higgins. Higgins is sort of hanging behind Brian Albert for most of this conversation.
You'll see Higgins is now leaning in a little bit closer to Brian Albert, but John is talking to Brian Albert specifically. It's clearly a conversation between him and Brian Albert.
100%.
Which is interesting.
Did Brian Albert testify that he really didn't converse with John on this night?
Yep.
Yeah, so that's...
So I don't remember them actually walking in the front door. I remember them being in my general area at some point.
Watch as John walks right in the door, and the first thing he does is not only greet Brian Higgins, but give a big hug to Brian Albert.
And they went towards the other side of the table where my sister-in-law Jen and my brother-in-law Matt were standing.
And at some point, did either or both of them make their way down towards your side of the table, excuse me, and what, if any, interaction did you have?
Yes, I remember having an interaction, or more than one interaction, with John. Came over to say hello, and we had some conversation, not for too long, but yes.
It's not true, obviously, because you were going to see it's over 23 minutes. So from here until 11:23, 11:25, they're going to be talking, those three.
Look at this. He's still He's still with Brian Albert, though. I mean, this is wild. Brian Albert literally tells us that they have no interaction. And by the way, now you can see Nicole. Nicole is across from Brian Albert. Here we go.
All right, cool. Yeah, here we are. We're in the waterfall. I like this. All right, so yeah, we'll just play it now. But we're going to see that John is back. So after all that talking, the 23 minutes, he's now back. Higgins is to the right, and at 11:32 and 2 or 3 seconds, he's going to text Karen. So can we see where Karen is?
She's right here.
Now?
She's right across from him.
Yeah. He can smell her, basically. He's that close.
So what does all this mean? Now, one more important fact we cannot ignore, whether we like it or not, whether we want to acknowledge it or not, Karen Reed is moving herself slowly but surely around the waterfall until she situates herself right next to Brian Higgins.
It's getting close now. He's got 30 seconds left, and he's going to break down and text her. And this is just so fascinating. Yeah.
This is the well text, guys. This is what
Coming
he's
up.
responding to. This is why he's motivated to send it, though, right? Because he's like, what are you doing, Karen? What's going on, right? That's why he sends it. Like, John is right in front of him. Now John is moving closer to the other side, but he was standing there.
Right. He's got his phone out.
Wow. Right now.
Yeah.
It's like,
is that her right in front of him?
She's to the right of Karina.
Got it.
She's right in front of him.
Right, yeah, right there. Yeah. Got it.
Just off to his right. Okay, for this next part, we have to do a little flashback. And I'm going to take myself off the screen because I really want you to pay attention to this interaction, which, from our current perspective and given everything we know now, has a whole different dynamic going on.
Karen didn't stop what she was doing once she was over in the corner of the bar and come over and say hi to you.
Okay, so what Brian Higgins is doing here, he is listening to the exact verbiage, the exact literal words that Alan Jackson is using, listening and hanging on every single word that Alan Jackson says, and then he's answering literally. But he is being deceptive because it is not true that he had no interaction with Karen Reed. I have to bring Sergio in on this one too, because it was his absolute certainty that Brian Higgins didn't feel ignored that made me absolutely sure that Karen had signaled to him in some way at the waterfall. And then go try to find where it was in the video. So listen carefully.
Karen didn't stop what she was doing once she was over in the corner of the bar and come over and say hi to you.
I didn't have any interaction with her that night, no.
So safe to say that throughout that evening, once she was sidled up next to John O'Keefe or friends that she was with, she never turned back around and came over and even acknowledged you, correct?
That's correct.
So she basically ignored you the entire evening.
That's not how I interpret it, no.
I didn't ask you how you interpreted it. I asked you what she did. Did she ignore you or did she pay attention to you?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that. Did she ignore you?
No.
Look at how many times he shakes his head no here. He is adamant that he was not ignored.
I asked you what she did. Did she ignore you or did she pay attention to you?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that. Did she ignore you?
No.
So she paid attention to you. Came over and said hello, shook your hand, gave you a hug.
Yeah, he's not ignored. No.
Okay,
he's
so
like the
11:30
star of the show, actually.
Yeah, so let's see, 11:33.
She's talking to Brian. This is when she
This
comes
is the
over
shot.
and speaks to him.
Brian's making everyone come over and do a shot. Karen doesn't drink it. And look at John lurking in the back. And this is important too throughout the rest of the night. Here comes a shot. Higgy doesn't look.
Brian Higgins has John O'Keefe right in front of him and Karen Reed right behind him. And he's refusing to turn not only his head and look, but his body. He will not look at John. And at first, you assume that it's about Karen. And I think it is in part, but note, he will not turn and face John O'Keefe. Oh, she's got it in her hand. She turns. She sips it. Nope, she does it. That is a shot.
All right. I can't do a shot. I'm a big pansy.
So she paid attention to you. Came over and said hello, shook your hand, gave you a hug.
Well, just because somebody didn't come over doesn't mean they ignored you.
Did she do those 3 things?
Hug? What was the other thing?
Say hello, shake your hand, give you a hug.
No, she did not.
No, she didn't do any of those things, did she?
No.
It was like you didn't even exist.
I think that's dramatic. No, I don't look at it that way.
You can see how stuck Brian Higgins is here. Because on one hand, he doesn't want to emphasize what Alan Jackson is saying, which is that Karen ignored him and he was angry and so he beat up John. But he also doesn't want to say what's true, which is Karen was flirting with me, which also gives him a motive. Because if Karen is flirting with him, then John could have got angry. In other words, that's closer to what really happened. So he's not going to give us that, right? He doesn't want us to know that. So he's stuck. He's sort of in the middle. And he doesn't like the way that Alan Jackson is painting this, that a woman blew him off, that a woman ignored him. So he can't agree with that. And of course, it's also not true. But Alan Jackson doesn't know that. And I guess from a really high view, if you're only looking at the well text and then glimpses at the waterfall video, sure, Karen ignored him. But that isn't what happened at all.
Did she ignore you or not?
No, she did not ignore me.
So what did she do to not ignore you?
She was
working. Interaction with you.
Can I answer now?
Sure.
In my opinion, she was working the room, talking to people, saying hello, catching up.
Right. The one person she didn't come over to talk to and say hello to and catch up with is you.
Well, I don't know that I was the only person, but I was one of the people that she didn't say hello to, yes.
Treated you sort of like a stranger.
I don't feel that way, no.
She actually positioned herself away from you at the other end of the table on the opposite side in the corner. Isn't that right?
I don't know where she was all night, no.
Now we know for sure he is not ignored, and Karen is actually working her way across the room next to him. In fact, I wonder, because he uses the term working the room, if that's not actually the image he has in his mind, because she is working her way over to him. And I'm guessing he saw that. I mean, he knew it, which is why he's adamant that she didn't ignore him, because she didn't.
Oh, look at that hair. It almost hits Higgins. That's Karen right to the right there.
Yeah, touching Matt.
John Higgins just looked. Oh, she's close now.
Get
Oh, look at this. Look, she's doing. We've all done this. You want to do that, bitch? I'm going to do this.
Okay, yeah, look. Oh my God, this is crazy. Look at this. Everybody's performing, right?
Please, Alan, play fighting. Not play, practice fighting.
Now, I know that I guess it's a guy thing, sort of, to like fake box or whatever, but I've not ever seen that. I've never been in a bar with my guy friends that I can remember anyway. I mean, it's possible it's happened, but I just wasn't paying attention. And I haven't hung out in bars in many, many years, but there was a time, from the time I was like 19 to 23 probably, where I spent a tremendous amount of time in bars of all kinds. And I cannot remember ever seeing any of my friends, male, female, or otherwise, ever play fighting. And here, in this night, within an hour, we have multiple rounds of people play fighting, whether it's Brian Higgins and Brian Albert.
Then you miss what was going on in this case. This is not getting ready to fight.
True.
This is getting ready to get your client's attention. That's all this is. That
No.
this is the killer. You're looking. I mean, or the potential killer, right? You're looking at the person.
But the
Motive
fighting is important because if they do go on to fight, it does speak to the fact that somewhere in the psyche there is fighting. Whereas, like, you're not going to catch me at the bar, like, fighting. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're never going to see that because it's not who I am. If I'm going to apply this idea that it has to be in your psyche this night, if you're fighting in the waterfall, if I apply that to Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, then I also have to apply it to John O'Keefe. Now, in the little dance that we're about to see, that was part of the exchange with Brian Higgins as he's leaving the bar, you're going to see that John does this little kind of like two-step dance. And there it is. There's the two-step. Now, some people reached out to me and said, Sam, this is definitely, I don't know if it's like a boxing move or like a pre-fight kind of get yourself, excited dance or something. Here's the interaction in its entirety. There you see Brian Higgins pointing in the direction of John and saying, come on, let's go. Also note that Brian and Nicole are doing it too, trying to get John to come with them. Let's not lose sight of that. Because remember, they both tell us that they had no idea they were coming. And here's the little dance. And then he points to Brian Higgins and he says, me and you, me and you. But it doesn't appear that John took that to mean there was an actual threat. But then this happened. And this I just happened to catch because the lights are on so you can see better. And I just was mindlessly staring at the time immediately following when Brian Albert and Brian Higgins leave the waterfall. Now watch John O'Keefe very closely. He starts to fall over. He catches himself and then he does that little dance that we saw earlier, only this time he adds fists like it's part of a fight move. So for those of you that called it and told me years ago at this point that that little sidestep was a boxing move, it looks like you guys were right. So while no, of course, nobody's practice fighting, and I don't even think that the threats were overt, that's important. The tension here is below the surface. They were bubbling up as these men drank more and more. And keep something important in mind. At this point in the night, if you do a fireball shot, that shot, the effects of that shot are not going to hit you for another 45 minutes. What does all this mean? Does it mean that the two guys were going to kill each other and were threatening each other in the bar? I don't think it means that. But I do think it's important that we recognize it's top of mind for both of them. It's front of mind for both of them. And the fact that John makes a point to put up the truce hands and give him a hug first thing to try to say, we're cool, man. Don't worry, we're cool. It makes me wonder if things were not cool at all. And once you take our defenses down or you start shutting the brain down with alcohol, what happens? Now, not everybody starts fighting, and I don't think John always fought when he was drunk either. But what it does do is take down our defenses, take down the rational mind. It turns the volume down on that prefrontal cortex, smart part of your brain that's going to tell you, it's not worth fighting. He's looking for her. I mean, he's definitely looking to get her attention with John standing right. So wait, one thing I want to make sure and say, I don't think I mentioned this. I assumed everybody knew this, but I don't know if everybody does. Remember the text exchange between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed? That's when we find out from Karen that the next day, later on, when John is looking back at the ring camera footage and sees Karen walking out Higgins when he left the house for that Patriots game, and she lays that kiss on him. He didn't see the kiss, but he saw them. He saw Karen leading Brian Higgins out of the house. And he's like, Jesus, what are you, hooking up with him? So I remember Brian kind of freaks out and he's like, oh man, I don't want any trouble. So we know for sure, Karen has told us already that John knows and has on his radar that Brian Higgins and Karen are flirting, right? He maybe doesn't know about the texts, and I'm not suggesting he does, but he did see that little move. I mean, for sure, which means, what does that mean? These are cops, by the way. John is also Sagittarius, and I'm not like big into astrology or anything, but we do tend to be like more analytically minded, like more observant, just more, analyzing people. And he's, got a master's in criminal justice. My guess is that he does see what's going on and right away, probably clocked it immediately, right? So he's not dumb and he's not oblivious. He might look oblivious and he might look like he's not that interested, but I think he is absolutely savvy. He knows exactly what she's doing. He sees it completely. And we're going to see whether or not that theory is true or not in just a minute. So you guys will let me know what you think. And I know I'm going to get your comments. I promise in just a minute. I want to get a little bit further and then we'll take a break before the very, very end. Right there.
That's the issue. And this could lead to my new hypothesis. Is John aware of what's going on? And we're going to see at the end. And is he really the one going to 34 Fairview to attack Brian? We're getting there. Look at how close they are right there.
They're almost touching.
Almost. Almost.
Look at this. They're so close.
Oh, wait. Let me try my hood again. Wait, my hood. Brian they're so close right now. And they're. Oh,
he almost falls into her.
Look at him. John's there.
John looks at his phone.
And you know the juggle if you've ever been in Karen's situation. It's a juggle.
I don't know that he was waiting to jump him, that they were sitting in there waiting to jump John, because in actuality, they would have not known whether or not Karen was going to be with John. So there would be no way for them to anticipate getting ready to beat John up when he walked in. They would have had to assume Karen was going to be there too, right? She was in the car with him in front of the house. So, of course, there wouldn't have been a plan to jump him. But once John did walk in alone, and there was the tension between them, which we clearly know there was. And I'm not saying that it was like, I'm going to beat your ass threats. I don't think it was. I think it was all just below the surface. Just below the surface. And then you got these two men really drunk. And right before they all leave the waterfall, we have Karen Reed directly in front of John O'Keefe doing this.
Keeping both people.
Look at her. She turns subtly.
Here we go.
To the left. She just, you guys see
she's
that?
talking right over
That was
Brian.
Quite the
Look
turn.
at this. Okay.
Look at John's smile.
Oh, see, like
Oh, that's interesting.
My
Let's back this up just a second.
this
here.
this is the entire
this
case.
Turn.
Go ahead.
Watch Karen's. She turns in this like almost like she's gonna just back up and then makes the left completely, and then watch John. So there it is. So she backs her head up and then all the way turns.
All right, so now she's still talking over Brian, not directly interacting with Higgins. She's talking to Brian Albert. But look at, I mean, they're next to each other now. Okay, so you can't question them about never being next to each other. But more importantly, here we go. We're going to see she finally communicates. Look, he's staring right at her.
John's closer.
John's right there. John sees it. He even plays his hat.
He definitely sees it.
Right there. She just pushed him.
She pushed
him. At 11:53 and 19 seconds. If we go,
She pushed him.
he leans to.
There it is.
And there it is. And there
Yep.
it is. And that,
Yeah.
and for a guy, that's all we need, because look, her boyfriend's right behind you, so you're not gonna expect her to make out with you.
This right before he hugs Karina, just watch John. Does he react to this? Does he react to Karen like pushing on Brian? I don't know. I'm just asking. Just keep an eye on. So 5319 is the touch, and then watch John. So he's smiling, he's sort of engaging, right? All right, here comes the touch.
Mm-hmm.
And then watch John. Now, Vince and I, in our show, our focus was on Karen and really trying to determine whether she truly was making her way around the table to get closer to Brian Higgins by the end of the night. We were not as focused on John O'Keefe. But I think if you watch closely here, I think this is the moment where John makes it clear that he is watching them.
Mm-hmm.
And then watch John.
Mm-hmm.
And then watch John. You've seen with your own eyes how quick these fights come and go. And in this case, you had a dog who we know, thanks to Sarah Levinson, was making noise, was growling and barking for sure, right? Thanks, Sarah, for that. And in all likelihood, they were not all hanging out in the family room, but they all came into the family room, whether they were in there before or not. They wind up in there because they hear the commotion. Shit is falling over. The dog is barking, right? Because it's a small room. Those three guys and Chloe, stuff broke, stuff fell. I want you to take a look at this one portion of his testimony, because this, and we're going. Okay. Oops, sorry. I accidentally moved us there. Let's get to some of your guys' comments, and then we will get to the home stretch, which is right here. Okay. I get a little trigger happy back here sometimes. Start pushing buttons and then things happen that I don't want to have happen. Right? Craziness. This is craziness. It's just absolutely craziness. Yeah, it's craziness. So let's see what y'all are thinking. I know we've got a lot of you to get to. Bite My Bits sends $5, says, did you see Sergio has online software you can run statements through for analysis? Of course I did, and I have it. I've played with it a little bit. Actually, you know what I was going to run through as my first analysis was Officer Noonan, because I think that Kelly Fitzsimmons case kind of fit that, his sort of thing. If you haven't seen it, definitely check it out. You can go to Truth Revealed, and I think there's a little video or something there that talks about it. That's how I found it, but it's on his YouTube site, and or you can get a link there to go somewhere else to find it. And it's a little bit intensive. Like it's not like you just plug in a word, it's a little bit more labor intensive than that. So I haven't had enough time to really play with it, but Noonan is going to be my first analysis because I think it's more clear cut, like what the two sides are. There's one side, there's another side, it's just a clearer case than this. I mean, this case, like, how would you even begin to describe what you're trying to analyze? Yeah. So if you haven't seen it, check it out and you'll know what I'm talking about. But thank you for saying that. Had I not known, I would have really wanted to know. So I appreciate you letting us all know Bite My Bits. But yes, of course. At Elling, at Elnig 2034 sends $19.99. Thank you so much. Elnig 2034. As a retired registered nurse of 40 years, Sarah Levinson shouldn't be practicing nursing when her only responsibilities are to help people. Her license should be revoked immediately. It makes me very upset. Yeah, I think that's fair. And here's what I would say about Sarah without going off on a 20-minute tangent. I think one of the things that I really had to wrestle with for both of these women, Julie and Sarah, is that in this town, like Brian Albert is a little scary and he doesn't scare me or probably you because, like we're not Canton residents. We didn't grow up in town. We have no idea who he is or any of these people are. But when you have grown up in that town and when you do know who these people are, you can see that they think that they have some kind of like power. It feels, I've said it before, it feels so much like the Mean Girls in high school kind of shit. I mean, that's really what it feels like. But, that's small communities. Yeah. And that's what happens. If your parents and their parents grew up in this community and then you have 8 kids and all of them have their roots in the same town and you all have your families, I mean, kind of does start to feel territorial and like a gang almost, right? So I think that she was pretty stuck. And as I said to you earlier, which I will highlight next time when in our final finale, Brian Albert was scared of Sarah Levinson, and I'm sure he still is because of course she's the weakest link, right? Of course she is. I mean, imagine that an FBI agent puts her in a room and is like, "Tell me what happened." What do you think is going to happen? I'm sure Sarah is pretty scared about that because that's never happened. And also remember something important. For the first year after this happens, nothing happens. They just go about their lives like everybody. Colin's back at school and, everybody's like, or Colin graduates high school, goes off to college. Everybody's just going about their daily life. There's like one mention of Brian Albert's name, and then the chief of police, scolds whoever mentions it and they take it down. I mean, it's like, that's it. That's all that happens until that 90-something motion that Alan Jackson drops. And then Aiden writes his first story. And then at the almost exact same time, the feds come knocking on Jen McCabe's door. So that's sort of April 2023. But up until then, like nothing happened to these people, right? It's like, so, I always have to keep that in mind because why would they think there would have been consequences? Why would they think? Why would Sarah Levinson, in her mind, like at that moment, she doesn't know the eyes of the entire world are going to be on her. So when you think about where the biggest threat to Sarah was in this moment and in the first year, probably it's from Brian Albert. It's not until now, looking back, that it's like, might not have been the greatest decision. I've been saying all along that all of these people should just leave Canton. Like if you're a McCabe child, probably just leave Canton. Like just get out of town, go somewhere else. Because otherwise you're going to have this on you forever, for the rest of eternity, no matter what happens. If you're a McCabe, I mean, and you live in this area, like in the New England area, I just don't see how you ever shake it. It's just going to always follow you around. At least if you're a little bit farther away, like you could use your middle name. I don't know. Like you don't have to like live it every single day. And even from a brain perspective, even just like the way your nervous system is organized, if you're around the same like visual stimuli you see the road your childhood home is on, you pass the same grocery stores, the same bars, same restaurants, same people, all of that is just going to keep it front of mind, which is a mistake. Like Colin Albert, if he was somebody else, should have left, should have gone somewhere else. And I think it says a lot that he didn't, that he couldn't finish college at Bridgewater State, that he had to come home because he didn't feel, I guess safe would be the word I would use right now. I don't know if that's exactly the right fit, but he's Poor Colin. He's a mess. Like, I shouldn't say poor Colin, I know, but he's just a tragic case. I mean, he's just clearly so traumatized by all this. So, and you know what? We don't know. Like, I think Vince said this recently. He was like, well, hi, Vince. I think he was watching earlier. I think he had said something to the effect of, well, but we don't see like negative effects. In other words, if Sarah had seen all of this, she would probably, uh, you know, like not be able to function or something along those lines. He didn't say it that way, but that was sort of the idea. And the truth is, like, we have no idea. I mean, we don't know. I know that one of the McCabe children, not Allie, did go to get mental health treatment somewhere else, because that is in the letter in the most current FOIA production that Jennifer McCabe's father emails to the DA. So Jen McCabe's father's last name is Weeks. And anybody, you guys, you all have access to the new FOIA production. Go to X, type it in. It'll probably come up. There's like a bunch of different links. Microdots, I think, has it listed. But if you go, you'll see that there's an email from him. It's quite lengthy. And he's saying, like, my daughter's just a witness. This is an outrage. She shouldn't be treated this way. One of my, granddaughters had to go out of state for mental health treatment. So people, they're paying. I mean, there's no question. Colin is like a prisoner in his own home. He can't seem to go anywhere without wearing like a disguise. He's like in hoodies. I don't know, in the middle of the summer. And I'm not suggesting that that's, look, of course, because they're not sociopaths. I mean, yeah, you can't do this shit. We're not built for this. We're just not built for this. So I agree with you. But I don't think they're getting away with it either, right? I want to be clear. At DisneyMom737 sends $1.99. Sam, is Loophole single or dating? Can he email me? Vince, is that you? I can ask him to. I think he's watching, so he can let you know. Bridget, hi, Bridget311 sends $1.99. You are amazing, Sam, and so are you. Thank you, Bridget311, for being here. And what a beautiful puppy you have. That's funny. At Jinja Li7FZ sends $5. Some of the kids are seeing professional counseling. Yes, right. So we were like on the same page with that. If one admits the truth to you, yes, great question. So this is a really good question. If you tell me that you murdered somebody or that you know of a murder, because there are very like nuanced details here. If you tell me that you're about to kill somebody, yes, I have no choice. I'm a mandated reporter. I have to tell somebody. If you tell me that you know of somebody who's in danger, I have to report that. But if it's a crime after the fact, I think this might be a bit of a gray area, because the whole idea of being a mandated reporter is to protect somebody who might be in danger, either from hurting themselves or hurting somebody else. So if something has already happened and I am like coming in after the fact, like if, let's say, I'm thinking of The Sopranos, if like James Gandolfini or a mobster was suddenly my client, would I have to report after the fact if a year later he's like, somebody fell off a bridge? I don't think so. But it's a fine line, and you have to be careful here because you could be called to testify later. Now, you could argue it, you could try to fight it and say that it's protected because, right, of confidentiality. But I think you'd be compelled to testify. So you're right, though. It's a great question. And the truth is that probably for the kids of those that were, like if Jen McCabe's kids were to tell their counselor would not have any duty to report that. Right. So because that's already happened. I'm pretty sure on that. I mean, like I said, it's kind of like this weird gray area, but and I'm fortunate enough that I've never been in that situation, so I don't know firsthand, but it's certainly something that I would consult my colleagues with too, to be like, what happens in this situation? But I do think it's one of those like kind of gray areas where it's not really mandated reporting because there's no danger pending, that person's danger is already behind them. If that makes sense. At chat, Signal sends 999. With all their lying, and BS stories, it's hard to believe all those normal moms and dads would put their families through this versus taking accountability. You know what, chat Signal? That's a very good point, and that's why I decided to add another 45 minutes to our finale to talk about it, because two things you have to remember. First, they were not thinking global scale. Like, nobody had any idea that this was coming. They did not know that, like, we would all be here however many years later talking about what happened to John. Obviously, remember how this is why I always keep it in my open. You know how Julie Albert's sister, Jill Daniels, always was saying to Aiden, why do you care? You didn't know John, right? Why do you care? She's like pleading with him. Why do you care? You didn't know John. By the way, a good example of somebody's expression of anger who couldn't control herself, like she's like assaulting Aiden, knocking the phone out of his hand. That's desperate. She was in a desperate emotional place. I bring it up because that was their mentality, right? That's her mentality. Why do you care what happened to John? You didn't know him. Why do any of us care about John? We didn't know him. So I just don't think that any of them had it in their psyche that the kind of fallout would be what it is. Remember, they have friends all over this town. They're obviously very tight with the DA because look at the way they've been treated. I mean, it's unimaginable. Look at who the cops are. Michael Proctor is the lead investigator. And there's some evidence now that he wasn't on the on-call schedule, that they handpicked him to be the lead investigator. I have not seen that with my own eyes, but I am hearing that from others based on something in the new FOIA production. If that's true, that's not good. It's not good for the state, right? It's very bad because it makes it look like they chose him because he had a relationship with the Alberts. I don't know if that's true or not. Right? But that day, seriously, that day they were at a funeral in New York, right, with other cops. And it appears that it's possible they were with the chief of police, the chief of Canton Police, at the very least, is best friends with Brian Higgins. He considers him his best friend. That morning at 6 o'clock, he's on the phone with him, right? That's the chief. So, remember the Boston police commissioner? You remember him. He was the guy that called Ms. Dever into his office and said, do the right thing. Okay. Does that guy seem like anybody who would give a shit if you went to him and said, oh, I know who really killed John? No. Right? So like, you look at the situation at the time and they probably felt like more emboldened and less like they needed to tell because they know all these people, they're cops. And that's the other thing. So the extra layer of problem for Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, they are law enforcement professionals. So that kind of puts them in a different level of potential jeopardy. It's not even just like we were hearing earlier. Oh my God, you have such a clever name and I want to remember your name. Trying to find the person that what your name was who was talking about the at 123 Nope Not Me was talking about the kind of trouble that you can get in Massachusetts if your dog attacks somebody. You can go to prison for it, right? It's one of those states that has pretty severe laws about dogs or animals, pets that hurt somebody else. But it's not just he's not just a citizen. I mean, it's a police officer. So there's that. And they might have been worried about that, but it's not enough by itself. So this is a really important point, chat Signal. And this is what we have to look much more closely at after the fact. Because here's the reality. They didn't spend the night thinking about what they were going to do, right? Or at least they had the presence of mind within minutes to try to make it look like John didn't come into the house. Less than minutes, right? Because remember, Jen at 12:27, 30 something, she's texting, right? She's texting here, question mark, exclamation point. So we're going to have to come back to this because this is what my last finale is going to be on. I'm going to show you what I think the answer to this question is. We just don't have time to do it now because then this would be a 3-hour finale, so, which it will be in the end, but not tonight. We're close now. Tonight, what I wanted to show you was the significance of the relationship between Brian Higgins and John, and also what's the significance of this "you coming here" text, which we're about to see. But these are really good questions, and I'm going to show you what I think the answer to this is, because you're right. You're right, without a doubt. It's a, yeah, for sure. At Lazy LCH sends $10. Everyone was so drunk. That's true. I doubt anyone remembers what happened, but I don't believe Karen had anything to do with it. Yeah, 100%. So they were so drunk. You're right. Definitely they were drunk. And when this kind of thing happens, what happens is your adrenal glands dump adrenaline into your nervous system. So it's not that it sort of sobers you up, but it forces attention in a different way. So they're still going to be drunk, but there's going to be like a real surge, like almost like somebody like did a line of cocaine. That's kind of what you'd be like, right? So why do people do that? Because it kind of levels them out from drinking. If they drink a lot, it would have a similar effect. So that would bring them, like, it would wake them up a bit. But in terms of how much they remember, that's a different story. So that's a whole nother conversation that we would take a very long time to try to explain. But there is an answer to that, not clearly, right? Not clearly. But at the time after the crime, their memories would have improved because when cortisol and adrenaline gets pumped into the nervous system, your brain starts to remember. So, for example, if you've ever been in a car accident, right? There are people that maybe don't even remember like where the accident happened, but when they get to the actual scene, they register it even if they don't know how they got there. In other words, their brain remembers because you are programmed to remember the physical space if there's a threat potential. So I think their memory would have been better than it would have been otherwise, like than what we would expect because of the amount of adrenaline. Like this would have flipped everybody out. There's just no doubt, right? But everyone's going to have a different reaction to this, right? And I also could imagine that they were sort of not 100% sure what they were going to do. That's why they have that minion meeting at 7 a.m. because they're trying to figure out like, all right, now what are we going to do? How are we going to handle this moving forward? But yeah, I mean, they made the decision within minutes. It's insane. They really did. They made the decision fast. So we're going to have to go over that because I agree with you. Like I said, I am absolutely as sure as I could be that this is what happened. The question is what happened next. And I think those are the questions you guys are asking, and they're great questions. I'm just not quite there yet right now. At Phoebe Beach 1194 sends $4.99. Could Chloe have attacked John and John punched Chloe, then Brian jumped in to protect Chloe? No. So, and I say that because, well, you'll see. You'll see why I say that. I mean, I just don't think, I think what happened is a little bit like easier to understand than that. Right? Because, well, let's watch and I'll show you why. It's hard for me to explain without showing you. So let's get a little bit further and then I'll show you why I'm about to say what I was going to say. At Susie SA65 sends $9.99. So Allie's parents are at 34 and she never goes in the house. Right. exactly. Yeah, no, exactly. Yes. Yeah, 100, of course. And you should see, I'll show you this next time too, as part of the conversation. You should see how Matt answers the question accidentally when he's asked about whether Allie was there. He's like, no, like he completely forgets that she was supposed to be there to pick up Colin. So Adam Lally, Snake Lally, has to do like his little gymnastics things he does. The way he was like, oh, I know, we've jumped around several days when Higgins tries to say he doesn't have Karen Reed's phone number at the waterfall, right? Same thing there. He kind of does this, oh, ha ha ha. Yeah, to cover for the fact that Matt actually says, yeah, no, she was never here, right? So it's so ridiculous. All of these people, so ridiculous. They are the worst ever. Hello, Mark. Mark sends $4.99. After everyone leaves, tell me the rest of the story. Just kidding. Good night, Sam and the whole gang. P.S. We need a name for your supporter. P.S. We need a name for your supporter. I don't know what that means. What do you mean, Mark? What's he saying? Somebody explain that to me. After everyone leaves tonight, tell me the rest of the story. Just kidding. Good night, Sam. Good night, Mark. Thank you for being here. You are the best, without doubt. Hello, Twigs. I see you. Hello, Twigs. Sends $50. Thank you so much, Twigs. Sam, in the Higamics, non-defense law enforcement personnel are trained to ignore, fight, freeze. Yeah, you're right. When ish happens, it's fight. Mental or physical. They would have immediately kicked into oh shit mode. They effed up by the okay. Yeah, and also Twigs, that's exactly right. So the alcohol would have been part of the problem, right? That was a big part of the problem because they and you know how they give that away? I mean, we know that anyway intuitively, but they actually give it up. One of the things that both of these men refuse to give us a straight answer on is what time they got back from New York. And they don't want to tell us that because they went to the bar. And first they went to dinner, right? And then I think did they go to the hillside? So maybe they stopped somewhere, then they say they went to dinner at the hillside. But it's so shady. It's like, oh, it was dark out, but it gets dark in, Massachusetts in the winter at like 5:00 and 4:45. So it means nothing in terms of what time it was. And we know that they're lying about the timeline of when they started drinking. So I think you're right, 100%. And the fact that they didn't call it in makes it so obvious that they have some culpability that's bigger than just the dog, right? Because you're exactly right. There's such clear consciousness of guilt. I mean, it's so clear. And for all these reasons, that's a really good point, though, right? That they are law enforcement. They knew the severity of the fuck up, right? They knew, and they knew it right away. They knew that he was going to die. They knew he was going to die. Obviously, they knew he was going to die because within minutes, they're trying to cover the fact that like he was never in the house. Oh, here? Question mark. And they have John's phone. So it's like they must have known that right away the chances of him dying are 100%, right? 100%. So, and she doesn't just text, Jen. There is a 9-second phone call, or 7 or 9 seconds. The phones connect. They connect the phones. So there's a lot we're going to see all of it. We're going to look at Jen and the standing up and sitting down and the whole thing so that we can see, how this whole thing plays out, how they handle the kind of like immediate aftermath. But you're right. They're a freaking shit show. It's a disaster. And Brian Higgins and Brian Albert know better than anyone on earth the ramifications, the seriousness, the severity of the whole thing. And one of the things that meeting with Kevin Lanahan really helped me with was understanding the strategic mind of Brian Higgins. Like this, Higgins is always thinking this way. This is how he thinks, like strategy, right? So they would have been, you're absolutely right, 100%. They would have instantly been in self-protect mode. But I also think they would have calculated like, all right, well, what if they would have calculated very quickly all the possible ways that they could have made a decision. And I think there are very specific reasons why that door got closed quick. And it wasn't about their culpability as much as it would have been about the other people who were at the house, if that makes sense. I'm sure you followed that. 100% though. You're absolutely right. Absolutely. At Denise Carter, -VL7JW sends 10 pounds. Beggars Belief. Thank you again, Sam. Denise from Lancashire, UK. Denise, thank you for being here. You're amazing. You're wonderful. And we so appreciate your support. Twigs, we're going to read this and then we're getting close. We're getting close to the end. Twig sends $10, says Nicole cleaning stories always makes me think of Lady Macbeth. Totally. Also, did you check out Nicole's garage story testimony about pool? AJ tries to ask about Albert Parent's new house. I feel like I did immediately after you told me, and I have like a blank memory around it. What does she say about? I'm going to look at it right after this because it's funny you mention it. I was thinking about Albert's garage story. I think it's very funny that the only thing I've ever heard, I don't watch the dumb girls on the Foreskin channel ever, but because I can't, it's just, it's like an allergy. But the only thing I ever heard them say was like, I heard there was a car in there. And I was like, okay, well then that means that Brian Albert perjured himself because he's the one that told us that there was not cars in there. Right. So I wonder if those guys like pay attention to testimony or they just ignore it and just like focus on Judson Welcher. Oh, and by the way, just while I said that, I went back just because I was looking for something related to our time of the crime or whatever. And I spent like literally like maybe 2 minutes listening to Judson Welcher testify. That man is as full of shit. The entire testimony is just totally deceptive. Like he absolutely does not believe that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe. There's no evidence at all in his testimony that he believes a word of that. It's really, I was like, man, I really need to analyze this just so people can see like how bad this really, I mean, it's bad, like really bad. Like, that's not good. Not good. At J Caves 2341 sends $4.99. No loophole lawyer tonight. You taking a break from platforming racist commentary for views and money? Nice. Well, I definitely don't condone platforming racist commentary for views or money. And we share a common I guess enemy or interest. But we have our Monday show together at noon. And whether, he's racist, I don't know. Do you think he's racist? I don't think he's racist. I don't think he's racist. I just think he has like that, like 7th grade boy humor. I don't know if that makes him racist. This is probably a much bigger conversation, but I hear you. I understand what you're saying. And it's not my kind of humor, Jay, so you might know that already. Like I've never seen Tommy Boy. I've like those movies, like I've never seen like I'm a woman in that way. Like I didn't grow up around brothers. So like the gay jokes and shit, like it just doesn't, it just goes over my head. Like I don't even, so. Okay. At Derek 7062 sends $4.99. B. Albert claimed they were trying to sell the house before they incident. No, so what they tried to claim was that they had a discussion about it because they had a discussion about it. In fact, what they say is that they knew they were going to have to sell the house once the kids left the house, right? So they knew it was a conversation they were going to be having like at some point down the line. And then they knew it was a good market. I mean, Derek, it's all total bullshit. I mean, it's just all total bullshit. Think about this. They left that house. Okay. They left their home at 34 Fairview. I believe they were fully out, and correct me guys if I'm wrong, but I believe they were fully out by April of 2023. Okay. Out, like not there anymore. Right. And if that's true, well, when did you put the house on the market, right? Because you got to plan to put the house on the market. You have to, like clean up the house and stage the house and get a realtor. Like it doesn't, you have to find another place to live. How many different children were all still living at home? Like whatever they want to say about Caitlin, she was living at the house at this point. She moves in with Tristan after this, but she was living at home. Brian Jr.'s living at home. Like these kids are always home. Nobody's leaving to go anywhere. They have the one son, I guess, who was in the Marines. I don't know if he's home now, but it's insane, Derek. Like, obviously, and I will tell you, if a man died in my living room, I'm probably going to sell my house. If a man dies in my yard or my basement, well, maybe. I mean, it sucks. But my family room, that's like the place where our family, is supposed to congregate to watch movies. And you know what I mean? Like that, I think, is a complete deal breaker. I don't think I can go on, right, in my home if I'm Nicole without seeing the bloody fire. You know what I mean? So I think it's, I haven't actually, I don't remember off the top of my head about whatever deception indicators there might be and such, but I just know that's bullshit. I just, this is, don't forget, by the way, this is also Brian Albert's parents' house. Like his brothers lived in this house when he was young, so it's like, come on, you sold your family home. As soon as they sold this house, as soon as you possibly could after this incident. Like, how could you have gotten out any faster? It takes time, right? To list it, to find a realtor, to clean it up, to sell it, and to find a place to live. It takes about a year at least, right? They did it as fast as they could. There's no way it wasn't connected to this. There's no way. There's no way. It's so ridiculous. It's like, this is what I mean, though, Derek. It's insulting. These people, they're insulting to all of us, like to our intelligence. Like when Brian Albert puts up a campaign, like where he's supposed to be the spokesperson for the witness intimidation movement, that's a joke. Like it should be insulting to all of our intelligence that he's actually doing this so publicly, because it's so obviously complete nonsense that he doesn't have a belief in that, because it's not an epidemic problem that anybody has. Oh, it's so bad. Denise sends, thank you, Denise. She's gifting 5 I'm a Belong Here memberships. Thank you so much for donating memberships. That is so kind of you. Thanks, Denise. I so appreciate that. And with that, let's get the show on the road. Let's get this finished. All right. So we are about to hear from, and this is the home stretch. We're almost there, guys. We're so close now. We are going to hear the testimony. I only took a tiny little blip from it, from Brian Higgins. This is actually the testimony that made me sure 8 months ago or so that he was involved in John's death, that at least he carried the guilt of being involved in John's death. Yeah. Okay, let's play it. Let me make sure. I knew. Hold on. Oh, I was about to say it and then I screwed it up. Where I knew with absolute certainty that Higgins was directly involved with the death of John O'Keefe and that he held himself as responsible.
During the course of you walking out the door, heading to your Jeep, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary in the yard, correct?
No.
You certainly didn't see a body in the yard.
Of course not.
Now, you get in your car, and it's facing directly toward the flagpole, correct?
It's facing directly up the street, the flagpole would be off to the 1 o'clock.
Right. So just a few degrees off to the right, the flagpole is, correct?
It's off to the right.
Just a few degrees.
I don't know how many degrees, but it's off to the right.
Well, you just said 1 o'clock. You're a
Yes.
former military guy, right?
I am.
Okay. 1 o'clock means 1 o'clock on a watch. 12 o'clock is due north or right in front of you. 1 o'clock is just a few degrees to the right, correct? That's what you meant.
At the 1 o'clock, yes.
Okay. So you didn't see a body when you got in your Jeep.
No, I did not.
Then you turned the engine on, correct?
And the wipers, yes.
And the lights.
Yes.
And the lights lit up everything in front of you, correct?
Yes.
Still didn't see a body, did you?
No, I did not.
Sitting in the driver's seat, you put the car in gear and you begin to roll forward, right?
Yes.
But there was a plow on the ground that scraped for a foot, right?
Yes.
So you picked it back up,
Yes.
looked out the windshield to make sure the plow was situated, and continued to roll forward, correct?
I knew it was up when I continued to drive.
And as you continue to drive, you're looking ahead of you and probably to your left to make sure that there's no oncoming cars, right?
Well, I knew there was no oncoming cars. I was just driving forward.
Right. So your focus is directly in front of you.
On the road, yes.
And everything in your peripheral vision is right in front of you as well, correct?
Yes.
Nothing obstructing your view.
I mean, other than snow on the car.
Nothing obstructing your view outside toward the lawn. Wasn't another car parked there.
No, I didn't. There was no vehicles in front of me, no.
It was the roadway was relatively empty.
There was no cars.
And you didn't see a body then either, did you?
I did not.
And as you drive past that flagpole with everything lit up and everything in your peripheral vision, you still didn't see a body on that lawn, did you?
I did not.
You're a former firefighter, is that right?
Yes.
Did that put you in a position of being a first responder?
Yes.
And you're currently a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
That puts you in the position of being a first responder, correct?
I'm also a tactical medic, yes.
Which means that you have training to be an observer. You're a trained observer, more than the average person, correct?
Yes.
You look for things out of the ordinary. You look for things that don't belong. As an investigator, and former firefighter, first responder, correct?
Yes.
And you did not see a 217-pound man bleeding out on the side of the road, in the lawn, or in the yard, just to your right by that flagpole, correct?
If I did,
I didn't ask
would have
you
done
if you
something
did.
to help him.
I asked you if you saw one.
No, I did not.
And that's because there was no body there, correct?
I didn't see anything.
Because if there was a body there, you certainly would have seen that.
Objection.
And the reason why we see that Brian Higgins is carrying all this guilt isn't because he's necessarily the one who ended his life, although he could have been, but because of the fact that he's the reason they were fighting. So it may not have been Brian that served the blow that caused John to hit his head. Could have been the dog. It could have been Colin. It could have been Brian Albert. It could have been anybody, right? But it was Brian Higgins who feels responsible because he was the one who was talking to Karen and started the tension between them that night. And the "you coming here" text is proof of that. Because remember, for 2 weeks, there was no communication between these two men. All of a sudden, on this night, at this time, Brian Higgins is like, "You coming here or what?" Seconds, 10 minutes, 20 minutes after we see him pointing at John to come to the Albert house, and 4 minutes before he's dead. And then after the fact, he misrepresents the text even when he's reading it off a piece of paper. That is as clear consciousness of guilt evidence as you are ever going to get. And after I finished making this video yesterday, I was laying in bed, and it dawned on me that what Sergio was saying about the "you coming here" text being a bookend might very well be true. Now, I knew from the start when we got to the end, we were going to have to address this cluster of interactions with John O'Keefe's phone at the 12:24 to 12:25 time. At the beginning of this, I was leaning towards this being maybe Brian Albert interacting with John's phone and trying to kind of cover, right, for the crime afterwards. But after listening to Sergio and watching all of that waterfall footage, which is why I left it in there for you, even though this video is going to be almost frickin' 2 hours because of it, and seeing Brian Higgins go out of his way to misrepresent this text message multiple times, I have to tell you, I wonder if Sergio wasn't right. This isn't a bookend on the back end. This is a bookend on the front. Could this text message be the thing, the catalyst that starts the altercation between John and Brian Higgins that ultimately, in a very short period of time, I'm talking about seconds, results in John O'Keefe's death? Does John O'Keefe walk into the house, read this text, and say to Brian Higgins when he walks into the family room, "What's this, bro? You coming here? What the fuck is this?" And I say that because of the language and because of what Sergio told us about how important this text message was without knowing that he was misrepresenting the text itself. So now here we are, we've come full circle. And when I started out, I had said that the time of the crime was between 12:24 and 12:26. That was my theory. And while that still holds, now I think we have an even more narrow window. It's almost certain that John O'Keefe lost his life between 12:25 and 12:26. It may be 12:25 and 13 seconds. It may be 12:26 and 40 seconds, but it's somewhere in that range just before Julie Nagel walks out that door. And in case it's not clear already, I will tell you that I believe this with my whole heart and soul. Now, we do still have questions on the table left to answer. Well, and I will tell you, these questions are a lot more fun. I don't want to give it away, but I will tell you that next time we'll be looking at this last cluster of texts. You know, the ones that came from Jennifer McCabe's phone. And I'm going to explain to you why those texts and calls, well, why they almost certainly give us concrete evidence to suggest that Colin Albert almost certainly must have been involved. Okay, we did it! We finished! Yay! I'm so proud of us for getting it done, you guys. It took longer than I wanted it to, and I knew it would, but we still did it. Yay! Okay. So there it is. There is my theory of the crime, at least what happened to John, right? So just to recap quick, what I believe happened. that he walked in. As he's walking in, he reads that text. He walks in. Brian Higgins is right in front of him because he's in the family room talking to Brian Albert. And Chloe's there with Daddy also. And he says something. And even if all that Brian Higgins says is, "Where's your girl?" with that text message, you coming here, right, having just read it and reading it exactly the way it was intended to be read. You come in here or what, right? I think that they exchanged punches. I think that caused a ruckus and the dog to go nuts and jump in. And we know that the dog is coming in from the inside of the arm, not the outside.
The defense counselors.
See, I told you I'm trigger happy over here. We know the dog is coming in from the front end, not from the back. So the dog is coming up on John. He's pushing away this way. You've probably got somebody trying to get the dog off. And to me, we have no choice, but we know Colin is there. And if Colin is there and here's a ruckus and here's the dog and here's a fight, in seconds, he's going to interject himself without thinking into this, even if it's just to kind of like break them up or to try to get the dog off. But again, you saw what happens when you start bringing people into a fight, right? And especially in a small space. Remember that fight that was 40 seconds long that we saw where that guy got his ass beat because he was saying hello to some guy's girlfriend in a convenience store. And you saw what happened to the convenience store. It's just when two people are at that level of aggression and anger, and it's that level of violence, they don't care what's in their way. Like they're just going at each other, right? Now these guys were drunk, and you saw this probably all happens in under 20 seconds. That's my belief. I think it happens in under 20 seconds. The whole thing, and the glass that John has in his nose comes from that, right? In that fight, he's hit his face on something. Well, maybe it was the glass he came in with, or maybe it was God knows what. It could be anything. Could have been a vase. Could have been anything in the house. But I do think those were defensive wounds on the backs of his hands, right? Not from Chloe, but from a fight. And remember, he's got that side jab to the temporal lobe. He's got the cut on the front. So there was some kind of an altercation. And most importantly, regardless of the injuries, although those are important, most importantly, it's the behavior after the fact of all of these people, just like Twiggs was saying, where they knew they were wasted, right? They were wasted and they knew they were in trouble immediately. A man lost his life, a police officer lost his life. Everybody's absolutely shit-faced. Think about it. Brian Albert's got his kids and his nephew in the other room. And probably his nephew directly involved with some level of culpability. To me, for them to come to the decision so quickly to hide this, he almost certainly has to be. Because there was not more than 30 seconds of contemplation. They instantaneously go into self-protect mode. There's no contemplation of 911. It's just, guy never came in the house, like instantly. So that is why I believe that. And now you have it. You have all of my belief out in the world. It is there for you to do whatever you want with, examine, argue with, ask questions, do with it what you will. And yes, my final will be on the follow-up because, yeah, I mean, that's a whole nother psychological ball of wax, right? Whole nother psychological ball of wax. Hello at Tree Landon, who sends $9.99. Also, Karen Reed's behavior is so normal. I know, right? It's her meltdown. I know. Screaming and thinking she hit him after a night of heavy drinking. Yeah, who wouldn't blame themselves? Of course. Jen, Carrie, all of them using it as proof of guilt. I know. Well, I think the best thing, probably the smartest thing, seriously, the smartest thing that Brian Albert did in all of this was insist that Jen befriend Carrie so that the family would immediately be on their side. Because the people, even the supporters, like even the public supporters, like the foreskin girls, like their only allegiance, their only reason for being on that side or whatever is because the family supports the Alberts. Right. And that is like the guilt trip that people try to put on you. That's the reason why the major news media outlets didn't want to come out in support of Karen, because they didn't want to go against the family, because it doesn't look good. And nobody wants to go against the family. I don't want to go against the family. It's terrible that John's nephew's baseball uniform is hanging in Chris Albert's pizza shop. Makes me physically sick. But that was the smartest thing they did, because that's the reason, that's what entitles them to act like they're so outraged that people think they did this, right? It's what enables them, emboldens them to get a civil attorney and say, we're going to take you to court because you killed John, right? That's what is behind it. Let's just pray that Adam Deitch gets elected. That's all. I just, just keep praying. Just keep praying. Just got to keep praying. Brenda's 6461 says $20. Yes, they'll love you. A kind and generous response. Not a saint, but a kind man, as shown by that response. Heartbreaking. My brother was a good man, would have been 73, died in 93. Shout out for decent men. What is the yes, they'll love you a response to? Yes, they'll love you. Brenda's, what is the yes, they'll love you text? Oh, John, yes, they'll love you. Going back to the exchange between Brian and Brian. I was like, I recognize it. Yes. I like seeing John, seeing John's personality, but remember that Brian Higgins was a bar friend too. Like they weren't, best friends from kindergarten, like the guys that, some of the, what are their names? Like John Jackson was a friend, I think, from college. And then the redheaded guy, Brendan Kane, was a friend from, elementary school, I think. Like that's not the kind of friend that Brian Higgins was to John. But I think John was a great man. And I think John had a lot of, carried a heavy burden. I can't even imagine all of a sudden one day being a bachelor and then the next day being a dad, to like almost preteen, like older children. Certainly he knew them. They weren't strangers to him, but that's like he gave up everything to be a dad, to do the right thing. And I do think that, it's, first of all, it's incredibly rare, right? We don't see it a lot. And you're right. It's true. It sounds crazy, but good men kind of are hard to find. And shout out to your brother. 93. Wow. It's crazy, huh? It's a long time ago, Brenda. So sad. It's just sucks. Sucks, because you're right. He was a good man. He really was. Like, how many men do we know, or how many people, men, women, anyone, do we know that would have done that, right? That would have just swept in and said, I'm doing it. It's crazy. Crazy. At I sing when I am inspired. I love it. Sends 199. Big reading, not JOK making peace. IMO peacocking. Excuse me. You know, so I hate, this is why like I don't like to wait to read them, because then I'm like, wait, what do we talk about? What we're talking about? But we're going back to the, obviously to the you're talking about the waterfall. The waterfall video is incredibly fun to watch. It really is. It's like one of my favorite things to watch. It is. It's fun, you know, because these people come to life and you see them, even just watching like Chris Albert give this big bear hug to his niece as she's leaving. And, you know, you just get their personalities kind of coming to life a little bit, which is interesting and fun to see. Hello, Got a Bad Feeling. She sends $4.99. Thank you, Sam, for another amazing live and for putting your entire heart into all you do. Appreciate you so much. I think, did I read you this? Did I read this Bad Feeling? I feel like I did, but I appreciate you too. Thank you for saying so. Lindsay is a member for 2 months. Happy anniversary, Lindsay. Oh my God. Higgins was the closest thing she could find to the male version of Marietta Sullivan. And Karen's point was making John feel how she felt in Aruba. Oh, that's so interesting, right? Higgins was the closest thing she could find. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I have always said, this is going back now. You're bringing me back to Aruba. But it's true. In the very early days of my channel, I spent a lot of time before trial too on Karen's relationship with John, analyzing their texts, analyzing the dynamic at the CF McCarthy's when she first walks in, just the whole day, the fight that they had via text, and Aruba, right? And Karen's feelings about Aruba. And really, it all kind of went back to Karen feeling like John didn't appreciate her. And that is really important, because not only did she find him with Marietta Sullivan in the lobby when she found him, but that was New Year's Eve. And he had been drinking, watching the bowl games, which I appreciate, because I've actually, there was an earlier time in life after college where a group of my friends and I, we went to the bowl games on New Year's for the Division I college football games. It's really fun. It's crazy. It's like a huge party, very, very big party wherever you go. Usually it's in Florida. And so I get it, you know, and he started drinking very early in the day in Aruba to watch these bowl games. And so by the time, you know, midnight rolled around, like he was nowhere to be found, and she was alone with the kids upstairs in the hotel. So I could see being pretty upset by that too, just feeling not appreciated, feeling like a glorified babysitter. And you're right, you know, she probably overreacted to Marietta Sullivan, but Marietta Sullivan was pretty easy to overreact to. If everybody has not seen that testimony, you should, just to see who she is. This is the woman that John was hugging. She's the little sister to one of John's old friends in Aruba. She's very triggering, Marietta Sullivan. So I can imagine it's kind of back to Tree Landon, your point about Karen's behavior. Karen's behavior did make sense once I saw Marietta Sullivan, because she is triggering. I think I'd be a little annoyed no matter what the situation was if I found my boyfriend hanging all over her, or her hanging all over him, because she's annoying. Pro Gamer V15. Oh, happy anniversary, 6 months. Holy crap. Early in Brussels. So reassuring to get your perspective on so many things. I wonder how to find a French-speaking therapist like you for my husband. I don't even know how to find another therapist like me in this country, so I can't help you. Not because I'm so special or unique, just because my background is so different from most of the other therapists that I work with. You know, so I don't know how that, you know what it is? Because I'm just more of a teacher. So I think that's probably why. Like, I just come at therapy from more of a like professor perspective than most social workers, which is what most therapists are. So I don't know, but I know a couple of really good therapists, but they don't speak French though. Ginny, congratulations on our 7th month anniversary. I learned today on Crime Junkie, even if a phone is wiped completely, the apps that were open could track the user and don't need a warrant to search. The apps that were interesting. So wait, even if a phone is wiped completely, the apps that were open, and I wonder, is this like how you have to hear more from Ginny on this. Interesting. I was saying this to Emily also earlier today. I think one of the things that made it hard for all of us to see the family room and John and the kind of see it this way is that everybody focused, really zoomed in on the question about John's cell phone data, the steps and the stairs and the time that he arrived. And when you think about it, you zoom out a little bit. This is why I always prefer, it's so funny. It's like me and Aussie Insider are basically the opposite. Like she loves like the data, right? Of course, she's a math person, so that's what she trusts. But I'm a psychology person, so that's what I trust. Not that I don't trust math, I just don't have an interest in it, I guess. But I do trust, when I see something from somebody and then I am sure of it, I trust it. Takes me a while to get there. It took me a long time to peel back the onion on Sarah Levinson. I mean, that was not easy to do. It took a really long time, but once I saw it, I was very sure about it. And I say that because I think we got too focused on the very granular stuff. Because when you think about it, whether John was outside at 12:20, 12:21, 12:22, 12:23, 12:24, or 12:25, or 12:26, that 6 minutes is still when you have to get into the house and have an interaction with the people in the house if Karen isn't responsible, right? So it doesn't really matter which of those moments it's at. What matters is what's going on with the people in the house. If we're going to say that Karen didn't do this, which we know she didn't. And Karen didn't do this. And by the way, if you haven't checked out the new FOIA production, do that because it just makes it even more clear that the Commonwealth had no case. I mean, they had no case. There's no evidence that Karen hit John. It doesn't exist. The telematics is a total red herring because Karen isn't driving the car at that time. And Trooper Paul's cars report proves that. And Judd Welcher knew it. So that means that for more than that, it was like $700,000 in the end, the taxpayers in Massachusetts paid Aperture to completely falsify a report to make it seem as though it would be possible for John O'Keefe to get the injuries that he got with a car. And he really didn't do that, right? All he did was paint his arm and say, well, I mean, it's not impossible. It's like, well, it's your job to prove it happened, not tell us maybe in some universe, somewhere somebody once got hit at this part of their arm with a car, right? So it's a red herring. There is no evidence. And if you don't believe me, that's fine. Don't believe me. Go look at the FOIA production because it spells that out pretty transparently. I also, and as some of you already know, think that when you look at the taillight pieces, good example of this, I don't think that those taillight pieces are the same. The ones that they find at the CERT team finds, I don't think those are the same pieces that are later showing up in the reconstruction of the taillight. I think they were switched out. Can I prove it? I mean, I can show you that it's pretty shady. They don't look like the same pieces. But the only way we can know that for sure is if somebody who switched them out tells us that they switched them out, right? So, but that's very helpful, Ginny. And also Michael Easter was talking about how you can do that with like even Google somehow, right? Because you know how like everything is stored to the cloud. So even like your Google, just going on a Google search, like he was saying that we should be able to very easily verify Jen McCabe's Google search by going on Google. So, and also his report is awesome too. If you haven't seen that, you definitely need to see that. It's awesome. Madeira beach caregiver sends $10. Think about all the innocents watching your shows. Well, hopefully, hopefully lots of folks who, hopefully lots of folks see it and are able to start to like move the pieces around, right? Because it still just shocks me that I just couldn't get past all these people saw it happen. Like, look at Julie Nagel's testimony. She's so full of shit. This is the same person who was sitting outside of D&E Pizza, like filming Turtle Boy. Like, why not? It's crazy. Crazy. Thank you so much, Madeira. I appreciate you. I do. At Jess, hi Jess at Joe King 65. I love this little guy. Sent $4.99. Grab as Chloe attacks John O'Keefe. He then right left punch dog, defends dog by hitting John. John goes down. Like I said, if I didn't know that Brian Higgins holds himself responsible, then I would probably maybe be able to see it, but I can't because he thinks he's responsible. If he thinks he's responsible, then I've got to at least consider that. And like I said, the odds of that tax, the you coming here tax, the odds of that being so significant to him and not being significant to us, that would be me doing a disservice to you guys because that's how strong he reacts to that text. Lion Mom 3520 sends $9.99. Sam, watching your process breaking this case apart has been amazing. Thank you so much. Love watching and learning. I appreciate you and Loopholes Devotion. So much insight from both. It's time. The hose, the house, the hose, defendants pay. I certainly hope so. At Lion's Mom, I certainly hope so. Amen. And thank you so much for the kind words. Yeah, I mean, it's like definitely a lot. Like I have never done anything like this where I just like pour my whole soul into it. But it takes a lot out of you too. It definitely does. And I appreciate you appreciating it. I really do. On top XX6382 sends $1.99. Great job. Thank you. You are welcome. And thank you so much for your support. I so appreciate you. At Aussie Raven Rachel sends $2.99 from Australian dollars. Tuning in late from West Australia. Your work, Sam. Love your work, Sam. Well, we thank you so much for tuning in. I have no idea what time it is in Australia right now, but probably very late or very early, right? Welcome to our new member, Melinda Nagel, 9515. Welcome, Melinda Nagel. Beautiful picture, by the way. Welcome. Also, by the way, for all of our members, don't forget to check out the classes. I have to change one of our coupon codes. Somebody was having a problem, so I'm going to do that. I have a very long list of things it's on there to make sure and fix like as soon as possible. So I will be updating the membership page that has the information about the class login stuff. Definitely please use those things. There's more information about substance use disorders and addiction than anyone could ever want or need. But there is also the most comprehensive how to change course you'll ever find. But it also has all kinds of like healing videos and meditations and relaxation extra. It gets so comprehensive. So if you haven't checked it out, check it out. At Reefer's mom, 1, sends 199. Just got here and can't wait to rewind and watch. And thank you for being here, Reefer's mom. It's going to be a long one. At Lion Mom 3520 sends 499. They encourage Peg O'Keefe's behavior. How cruel is that? I know. It's so tough for me. These people are tough. This is part of what like wipes me out a little bit too, because when I put myself in that psyche and I think about it, like, because you kind of got to put yourself in people's shoes to a degree to actually be able to see where they're coming from, why they're saying what they're saying. And with this new configuration of, the case, thinking about it this way, it's so much easier. And I encourage you guys, don't take my word for it. Take this thinking, this theory of the case, and go back and watch their testimony and see how much easier it is to see what they're saying, to actually understand where they're coming from. Because you can see it. It's crazy to watch. You're like, oh, but to your point, that's kind of why, right? There's something, they're staring out the window, praying that Karen Reed does not come into the house. And then after the fact, try to make it seem like that very time is just before she mows John down. That's why they didn't see him on the lawn, because they were watching right before she zooms forward and then guns it in reverse for 80 feet and runs him over. I mean, it's so asinine. It's beyond. But that's what they do. Like, that alone is so egregious. Then the next day you're going to the One Meadows with like food, like a tray of food, picking up John's niece and nephew and bringing them places, hanging out with Carrie, becoming BF. Think about how disgusting that is. That is like, these people they're committed to try to convince the world that they are innocent. They are so committed. But we see them for what they really are. I mean, you will now too, because there's no way you can't, right? Like, you have all this information in your head. You go back and you watch Jennifer McCabe and you're like, I see what you're doing. It's so obvious. It's like, hello, we know you're lying. Oh my God, these people. They're something, man. They really are. Hello, Cece, member for 6 months. Happy anniversary. You crushed tonight. You always do. We appreciate you. And I so appreciate you. And thank you so much, Cece. You're a huge supporter of mine, and I so appreciate you. I really, truly do. I always look forward to seeing at Cece. Thank you. And then last for tonight, perfect. How perfect, Chad, that we are hearing from you last after everything tonight. Thanks, Sam. Next vid, will you also get into Coldplay song Fix You? Playing at 2:29:53 for 9 seconds. Someone in 34 Fairview stopped it. Oh my God, I didn't know that. Really? I didn't know that. Abso-freaking-lutely. If I can. Sometimes they don't let me do these things, but YouTube, I mean. But I will try. Sometimes I can get around it, though. There are ways. You got it. And thank you for being here. And hopefully I have helped some of you kind of think about this case in a new way. And who knows where we're headed next, right? But there will be one final episode in this series where we will discuss the aftermath. Like, what were these people doing after the fact? So 2 big thank yous and shout outs. Denise, the greatest moderator on the planet, without a doubt. It's not even close. Thank you, Denise, for everything you do. And I also wanted to say thank you to the trial channel, because I have used so much. I mean, the trial channel is like one of the things I go to probably the most in my YouTube feed. And it's just so helpful to have and to use, and I am forever indebted to the trial channel for everything that they do. So a big, huge thank you to you as well. All right, everybody, enjoy the rest of your night. Thank you for sticking with me for this very long show and video, and I will see you very soon. Bye, everybody. Goodbye.
It is the defense counselor's duty to protect the rights of the individual, as it is the prosecution's duty to uphold and defend the laws of the state. Justice for all. Only we have a problem here.
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright.
This is me reminding you to like this video. Like the video. I promise if you get up right now and you like this video, I will never sing again. Comment, subscribe.
I won't mind your moves. You'll get along.